Chapter 1260. When he arrived at the hall, Zichen didn't see Wade, so he could only look at the missions in person. There were many missions in the hall. There were all kinds of missions, such as escorts, requests for purchases, and some team missions. For example, a virtual realm team was to hunt a general-level beast, while a reality team was to explore a secret place and try to hunt a spirit-level beast. There were also people who wanted to buy a certain spirit herb or a rare species. There were many missions on the mission board. Zichen bypassed the virtual realm missions and went to the reality missions section. Not long after Zichen arrived, Lingxing heard the news and rushed over. "You want to take a mission?" Zichen turned around and saw Elder Ling. He bowed to the other party and then nodded. "I told you, you don't have to care about those resources. If you need more, I can give you more. You don't have to take risks for resources. Just focus on improving your strength," said Elder Ling. "It's not about resources. Resources are useless to me now. My cultivation seems to have reached a bottleneck. I need to go out and fight, and then find a solution. Of course, it's good to get some resources." Seeing Zichen's determined eyes, Lingxing nodded and stopped trying to dissuade him. However, when he thought about Zichen's identity, he was still a little worried. He handed the hunting token to Zichen and said, "This is your hunting token." Zichen accepted the hunting order. Lingxing then handed Zichen a jade slip and said, "You can be considered one of my people now. This jade slip is for you. There is a seal of my power inside. It can resist the attack of a domain realm cultivator at a critical moment, but it can only be used 3 times at most. Take this jade slip to the precious artifact pavilion. There will be people there who will arrange for you to go out and train." Elder Ling was obviously concerned about his safety, so Zichen took the token and thanked him again. He wanted to go out and hunt beasts. There was no point in looking at the missions here, so Zichen decided to go to the treasure pavilion immediately. He still had tens of millions of resources on him, so he needed to go to the treasure pavilion to see if there was anything good. After more than a year, Zichen left the hunter's castle. However, as soon as he appeared, Zichen felt that someone was following him. He hadn't sensed the other party's presence and had only relied on his perception. However, in this world, perception was sometimes more useful than spiritual thoughts. It's been more than a year. It seems that there are still people who haven't given up. They are really persistent. Zichen shook his head and walked straight to the precious weapon pavilion. When Zichen appeared in the precious tool pavilion again, it caused a small commotion. Many service staff came forward and politely led Zichen in. It was clear that after a year, not only did they not forget Zichen, but they also remembered Zichen even more deeply. The elegance of that slash had long been rumored to be miraculous. Among them, Xiaoli stood in front of Zichen excitedly. Every time Zichen looked at her, she would subconsciously avoid Zichen's eyes. At the same time, she appeared very flustered. A year had passed, and Zichen was no longer who he used to be. Just his status as a senior hunter was enough to allow him to live a better life than many realms. Finally, Xiaoli plucked up her courage and asked, "Sir, what do you want to buy?" Zichen smiled and said, "Just call me Zichen. I'm not used to calling you sir." The courage that Xiaoli had just plucked up dissipated in the face of Zichen's warm smile. She blushed and subconsciously lowered her head. "Let me see what's here first." Zichen walked forward. After a slight hesitation, Xiaoli followed him. As for the others, they tactfully dispersed. Because he had weapons refined by the cauldron spirit, Zichen didn't need weapons. He walked directly to the place where medicinal pills were sold. There were many types of medicinal pills. Some were used to recover energy, some were used to heal injuries, and some were used to expel special edicts. Xiaoli stood beside Zichen. This time, she appeared very reserved. "Oh right, apart from buying things, I'm also here to look for someone." As he spoke, Zichen took out the jade slip that Ling Laro had given him and showed it to Xiaoli. Xiaoli said with a blank face, "Looking for someone." She clearly didn't recognize the jade slip. But soon after, she said, "Wait a moment. I'll go look for Sister Hong." Shongguan Hong was in the pavilion. After hearing the news, she quickly arrived. Shongguan Hong was dressed in white as usual. A hint of surprise appeared on her beautiful face when she saw Zichen. When she saw the jade slip in Zichen's hand, she asked, "Did Ling Lao ask you to come?" Zichen nodded. He said with some surprise, "The person Ling Lao asked me to look for, it can't be you, right?" Shang Guanhong smiled and didn't say anything. She then took out a hunting token and showed it to Zichen. This. The instant he saw the hunting token, Zichen's face was immediately filled with astonishment. That was because it was also a senior hunter's token. Moreover, the most astonishing thing was that this token also had an imprint on it. It could be said that this token was exactly the same as the one in Zichen's hand. The only difference was the names on the tokens. Why? Are you surprised to see a senior hunter's token? Don't think that you're the only one in Hupping City. Shang Guanhong's face had a rare trace of craftiness. Zichen smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm indeed a little surprised. This time, I plan to go out for training and kill some spirit-level battle beasts. Ling Lao asked me to find you and ask you to arrange for me." Hearing this, Shang Guanhong looked at Zichen seriously and said, "It seems that Ling Lao takes good care of you. By the way, it's said that something big happened in the castle recently, but I couldn't find out anything about it. You should know about it, right? Or rather, it has something to do with you." Zichen spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Shang Guanhong was a little unwilling. She looked around and said, "Okay, come with me first." Shang Guanhong brought Zichen to a room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, but it wasn't her boudoir. It was just an ordinary reception room. "Okay, now tell me what happened." Shang Guanhong asked curiously. "I don't know." Zichen shook his head and said, "You don't know?" Shang Guanhong looked up and down at Zichen. "I've been in seclusion all this time until I broke through yesterday." Zichen said. "I don't believe it." Shang Guanhong said. "Why not?" "Intuition, intuition." Shang Guanhong reached out to Zichen and said, "Give it to me." "What?" "Token. Let me see your hunting token. This thing can't be casually shown to others. I just showed you mine. Why don't you show me yours? Besides, Ling Lao asked you to come here to prove that we're all on the same side. What's wrong with showing your own people?" Helpless, Zichen took out the token and handed it to Shang Guanhong. The moment the other party saw the token, she saw the abnormality of the token. She looked at Zichen with a strange gaze. "You said it's none of your business. Then why did you leave a mark on the token? What's so strange about that? Didn't you have it on your token too?" Shang Guanhong gritted her teeth. She seemed a little angry and said, "That's different. I left the mark when I was in the corporeal realm. But you only. Heh. What realm are you in now? Why can't I feel it?" "Middle virtual realm. It's no big deal." Zichen released his own aura. "Peak virtual realm, middle virtual realm. In just 1 year, you broke through the middle virtual realm and even reached the peak. You still dare to say that what happened in the castle had nothing to do with you? Tell me, what happened?" Shang Guanhong asked. Zichen once again felt the terrifying sharpness of a woman's senses. However, since Shang Guanhong, a senior hunter, didn't hear anything, it was obvious that what happened that day was a secret. Naturally, Zichen didn't want to show off. He didn't want to cause trouble. The main reason was that he wasn't familiar with Shang Guanhong. This was only the second time they had met. Seeing that Zichen didn't want to talk, Shang Guanhong was still a little depressed. However, she didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she said, "Since you're going to follow me out for training, I'll pick out some pills for you first. I originally wanted to give you a 20% discount, but I don't like your attitude. Forget about the discount." Zichen spread his hands and smiled. He didn't bargain. The current him wasn't lacking in resources. Moreover, this time, he still needed to sell some things. Because of the massacre last time, he still had more than 100 spirit rings that he hadn't dealt with yet. After clearing out the resources and selling the things that needed to be sold, Zichen had a huge amount of wealth on him. Zichen purposely exchanged some corporeal realm fragments for Black Hawk and bought some pills. After that, he prepared to leave. "You're going to leave now?" Shang Guanhong asked curiously. What do you think? Zi Chen said indifferently. All right then. Shang Guanhong hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Why? Do you have something to say? Zi Chen asked curiously. It's nothing important. There will be an auction in Hupping City in a few days. I want to go and take a look. Just to see. Of course. According to the news, there will be a void tree for auction. How can I afford that? Naturally, I just want to see. A void tree. Zi Chen was shocked. The void tree was an earthly realm treasure. As long as one was in the earthly realm, they would be able to use it. Zi Chen had a lot of wealth on him, and he had spent 10 billion resources on this breakthrough. However, compared to the void tree, it was not even a drop in the ocean. In the eyes of some cultivators, even Zi Chen's heavenly thunder wings were not as valuable as a void tree. How about it? Are you interested in going and taking a look? Leave the entry to me, Shang Guanhong said. When Zi Chen heard this, he shook his head and said, I can't afford that thing. What's the use even if I see it? That's a void tree. It's always good to take a look, Shang Guanhong said. Zi Chen shook his head again and said, what's so good about it? Isn't it just taking root in the void and absorbing the power of the void? Shang Guanhong's eyes lit up and she asked, You've seen a void tree before? Where is it? In my previous world, it belongs to a friend of mine. Right, you should have a back door here, right? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I suggest we leave through the back door. Why? Because someone wants a great treasure on me. They waited for me outside the castle for a year and followed me here. Shang Guanhong thought about it and said, Very well, come with me. Zi Chen followed Shang Guanhong out through the back door. During this time, Zi Chen changed his appearance. As for the so-called void tree, Zi Chen was truly not interested. Chapter 1261. Zi Chen followed Shang Guanhong and left through the back door. Then, they walked out of the city gates and boarded a flying boat according to Shang Guanhong's instructions. This time, the two of them were heading to a huge mountain range thousands of miles away. There were many soldier, general, and spirit beasts there, but no king beasts. This was in line with Zi Chen's standards. From the moment they boarded the flying boat, Zi Chen stood at the front of the boat and looked into the distance. Shang Guanhong felt somewhat unnatural for a man and a woman to be alone. However, she quickly realized that she was overthinking things. On the flying boat, Zi Chen was very quiet and calm. She had encountered such situations before, but most of them were old fellows in the domain realm. It was her first time encountering such a hot-blooded youth as calm as Zi Chen. She carefully sized up Zi Chen and gradually sensed that there was something unusual about Zi Chen. When she looked into Zi Chen's eyes, her curious face suddenly turned into anger. Zi Chen's eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly ahead. He had actually spaced out. Spacing out meant being ignored. Shang Guanhong wasn't someone who used her appearance to show off. However, at this moment, a man and a woman were alone on a flying boat. Not only was she ignored, but he was also spacing out. This naturally made her angry. Hey, what are you doing? Shang Guanhong suddenly walked in front of Zi Chen and gently pushed Zi Chen. What are you doing? Zi Chen came to his senses and looked at Shang Guanhong. Do you know that you're spacing out? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Shang Guanhong's voice was a bit loud because she was angry. Zi Chen found Shang Guanhong's behavior somewhat inexplicable and unreasonable. He decided to ignore her and once again looked into the distance. This time, he wasn't spacing out, but there was longing in his eyes. It had been decades since he left the Tianwu continent. He missed his friends, both men and women. I wonder how they are doing. Did they break through to the emptiness realm? Did they step into this world? Zi Chen muttered. The more he learned about this world, the more regretful Zi Chen felt. If he had known this would happen, he would have let them break through to the corporeal realm. After all, the emptiness realm in this world was also filled with danger. My mind wandered again. Shang Guanhong had already walked up to Zi Chen and was very close to him. She moved closer to Zi Chen and asked, I saw longing in your eyes just now. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about your family, your friends, or your wife? Chen sorted out his emotions, and his expression returned to indifference. He said indifferently, "Nothing. Impossible. I felt that your emotions were fluctuating violently just now, and they were filled with longing and love. You still admitted it." Shang Guanhong was very curious, but Chen couldn't be bothered to answer. However, as Shang Guanhong continued to ask, Chen helplessly began to talk about the Martial Heaven continent. It went without saying that back then, the Martial Heaven continent was an existence comparable to heaven in the eyes of the Zhonwu continent's people. Just as the two of them were chatting and gradually becoming familiar with each other, the news of the Void Tree being auctioned in Hupping City spread. This news was enough to cause an uproar. Regardless of whether one could buy it or not, the Void Tree was destined to become a hot topic of discussion. At the same time, there were also people who privately wondered which idiot actually wanted to auction the Void Tree. Obviously, at the level where one could obtain the Void Tree, resources were just a number. Who would exchange a supreme treasure for a number? The Void Tree being auctioned was extremely rare in the history of Hupping City, so the auction was held in the largest auction hall. When the time came, those who participated in the auction would all be in the domain realm. As for those in the corporeal realm, they didn't even have the qualifications to participate. There were many people outside Hunter's castle every day, so if one stood in front of the castle for a long time, it would be very difficult to attract everyone's attention. A man in purple had been staring at Hunter's castle for half a day, but he didn't step inside. In the end, he just chuckled and turned to leave. Before he left, his expression was complicated. It seemed that he was reminiscing, but also hating. Chen and Shang Guanhong spent 2 days to travel thousands of miles. During this time, the two of them had a very pleasant chat on the flying boat. At least, that was what Shang Guanhong thought. Chen's legendary growth history was like a history book, which made her yearn for the Tianwu continent even more. The flying boat stopped at the periphery of the mountain range. The two of them jumped off the boat and walked forward. Although there are no king-level battle beasts here, there are many spirit-level battle beasts and many people. It's best to be careful. As they went deeper into the forest, Shang Guanhong began to remind Chen. However, thinking about his growth history, she felt that this reminder was unnecessary, because Chen couldn't be careless. After going 10 miles into the area, the two of them encountered their first battle beast, which was a soldier-level battle beast. The soldier-level battle beast was very large. It was eating, and the arrival of the two of them undoubtedly disturbed it. Roar! After seeing the two of them, it roared angrily. Its eyes flashed with an indescribable light, and it directly rushed towards Chen. Chen's figure flashed and easily dodged the soldier-level battle beast's attack. Then, he kicked the soldier-level battle beast. In this attack, Chen didn't use any yuan power at all. He only used pure strength. The soldier-level battle beast flew backward and crashed into 4 ancient trees before stopping. "Your strength is really great." Shang Guanhong looked at Chen in surprise. Chen said indifferently, "It's just SOSO. Let's go. Let's go. Aren't you here to hunt battle beasts? Why don't you kill it?" Shang Guanhong asked doubtfully. "It's a spirit-level battle beast." Chen corrected. Now, even if a general-level battle beast appeared in front of him, Chen wouldn't bother to kill it, let alone a soldier-level battle beast. Shang Guanhong couldn't understand Chen's thoughts, but seeing Chen leave, she could only follow. Chen had killed too many people along the way, and he had long been tired of it. Therefore, unless it was necessary to kill, he really didn't want to kill. Along the way, no matter if he encountered soldier-level battle beasts or general-level battle beasts, Chen would kick them away, appearing very relaxed. Some general-level battle beasts could already threaten some realm-level battle beasts, but in Chen's eyes, it was still a matter of a kick. As they moved forward, Shang Guanhong gradually understood Chen's strength. Even without the thunder wings, she believed that Chen could kill realm-level battle beasts. This dense forest was very big. If they wanted to find spirit-level battle beasts, they could only go deeper and deeper. Soon, a day passed, and the two of them didn't find any spirit-level battle beasts. At night, Chen started a bonfire and began to roast meat. Hong kindly reminded him, "This is the mountain range. If you dare to start a fire at night, it will attract battle beasts." Chen chuckled, "It's best if it can attract battle beasts, so I don't have to look for them again." Hong's expression was not relaxed. "There won't be just one or two battle beasts. This will attract groups of them." "All right, I'll treat it as practice." As the roasted meat gradually turned golden, the aroma of the meat wafted out. After the meat was cooked, Chen gave a large piece to Black Eagle, and the rest was shared with Hong. Rustling sounds suddenly came from the forest, and the aura of battle beasts rushed in from all directions. In the dark night, the battle beasts were actually hiding their aura, but they couldn't escape the two's perception. Many battle beasts came from all directions, but unfortunately, there were no spirit-level battle beasts. However, in Hong's eyes, a group of general-level battle beasts was very difficult to deal with. "Ha!" Without waiting for the battle beasts to rush up, Chen shouted and rushed out. He rushed into the forest like a ray of golden light. Soon after, a series of thumping noises rang out from the forest. These noises were accompanied by the enraged roars of war beasts. However, these roars quickly turned into terrified shrieks. In the dense forest, vision was blocked. Hong used her spiritual sense to investigate everything that happened in the forest. Her red lips were slightly open, and her face was full of shock. Compared with these battle beasts, Chen was more like a battle beast, rampaging among the many battle beasts without any defense at all. Every general-level battle beast would be knocked away as soon as it came into contact with Chen. The roars were accompanied by the sound of ancient trees breaking. In a short while, this group of battle beasts was knocked down by Chen, but he only injured them. Chen didn't kill them. After returning, Chen obviously hadn't had enough fun. Hong's expression suddenly changed at this moment. She looked at Chen and wanted to say something, but for some reason, she stopped. After a while, Chen, who came forward, exclaimed, "Hey, this is a spirit-level battle beast." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen excitedly turned into a golden light and chased after it. Hong's face was shocked again. This time, she was shocked by Chen's perception. It was actually so sharp. Spirit-level battle beasts were very strong. This time, Chen couldn't finish the battle quickly. There was no sound of energy explosion in the forest, and there was also the sound of ancient trees breaking. The energy oscillated, and the aftermath crushed the broken ancient trees into powder. The battle between Chen and the spirit-level battle beast could be said to be fierce and exciting. Chen's speed was very fast, like a flash of light. Hong extended her spiritual sense to pay attention nervously. As long as Chen showed signs of being defeated, she would go forward to help. However, judging from the battle situation, Chen obviously had the upper hand. He had been suppressing the spirit-level battle beast. After a full quarter of an hour, Chen roared, "Die!" As the roar fell, Hong saw a dazzling light in her spiritual sense. After the light fell, it was accompanied by a shrill scream. The battle was over. Not long after, Chen appeared by the bonfire with a happy smile on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the battle. He was indeed very satisfied, because he had killed a spirit-level battle beast with only the power of the virtual realm. Hong was shocked because of this. She finally understood why the hunter's castle couldn't wait to add an identity imprint on Chen when he was only at the virtual realm. Because when such a person grew up, it was indeed very scary. The next morning, the two continued on their journey. Hong looked at the energetic Chen and said, "Yesterday, there was someone behind us, but I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional tracking." Chapter 1262. Chen believed that his perception was very strong, and he was definitely one of the best. He was definitely not worse than the others. But along the way, he did not notice anyone following him. "We've been followed since we entered the dense forest. They should have been following us all the way," Hong said with certainty. "Black Eagle, go and take a look. Be careful." Chen motioned for Black Eagle to investigate. In this world, there were many secret techniques, And naturally, there were even more advanced concealment methods. Chen would not be so arrogant as to think that he was not in danger just because he did not sense anything. Shang Guanhong was valued by Hunter's Castle, so she obviously had some special methods. In Chen's opinion, Shang Guanhong's perception was sharper than his, and that was one of her abilities. A moment later, Black Eagle turned back. Spirit-level battle beasts already had high intelligence, but they could not transform into human form, nor could they transmit sound. They only nodded at Chen. Sure enough, there's someone. A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. After accurately knowing the number of people and their approximate strength, Chen was filled with killing intent. He had changed his appearance before leaving, so logically speaking, he should not have been caught. In Hupping City, Chen had only offended one person, and that was Ju Chong. As for the two stewards of Hunter's Castle, Chen did not think that they would deal with him, because they were too strong. They were so strong that they could kill him with just a finger. Shang Guanhong was sure that they were the target, so Chen naturally would not be polite to them. Although he did not like killing now, it did not mean that he did not know how to kill. What do we do next? Shang Guanhong asked. Chen said indifferently, killing is also a kind of experience. How do we kill them? I'll take you to a mysterious place to kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Guanhong felt her vision blur, and then she came to an illusory world. This was a world full of various colors. The colorful ribbons in the sky were gorgeous and dazzling, hanging in the sky. The spatial world they were in was very big, and one could not see the end of it. What is this place? After Shang Guanhong sensed that these ribbons were rule-bending power, a look of shock appeared on her beautiful face again. As the manager of Precious Ware Pavilion and a senior hunter in Hunter's Castle, she had long since learned to keep a poker face. However, she found that whenever she was with Chen, he could always make her mood fluctuate quickly. Standing in front of Chen, Shang Guanhong felt like a little girl who had never seen the world. Everything about Chen was new to her. She looked around in shock. As she released her spiritual senses, the shock on her face intensified. What is this? The power of the rule of metal, the power of the rule of wood, the power of the water, fire, earth, and other rules. This is actually the power of the rule of nature. And what is this? Oh my God, this is the rule of slaughter. This is good and evil. The true law of good and evil. Heavens, how is this possible? What is this place? The shocked Shang Guanhong's voice gradually changed. In the end, she even screamed. At this moment, she really looked like a little girl who had never seen the world. This is just an illusory space, but why is it so big? Shang Guanhong's violently fluctuating emotions gradually calmed down. Then, she keenly sensed everything. In the end, she turned back to look at Chen and asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me that this is your illusory world." Chen smiled and said, "You can also think that it isn't." "Oh my God, it really is like this. But why is it like this? Why is your illusory world as big as a world? Also, these rules are all comprehended by you." Chen nodded and stared into Shang Guanhong's eyes. He joked, "Of course, this is my secret. I'm sharing it with you now because I'm treating you as one of my own. If you dare to betray me, I'll definitely make the beautiful you die a very ugly death." Shang Guanhong's pretty face suddenly turned red. She didn't know if it was because she thought of something or Chen's words had an effect. She looked at Chen and seemed a little flustered. Then, she lowered her head and looked away. At this moment, for some reason, Shang Guanhong's heart started to beat faster. So much so that everything around her that shocked her also lost its luster at this moment. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle, awkward, and strange. As the atmosphere spread, the sound of heartbeats suddenly rang out in this quiet world. Her heartbeat was so rapid and so intense. Shang Guanhong's face turned even redder. The smile on Chen's face froze, and his expression became extremely awkward. He was just joking, but why did it turn out this way? Fortunately, someone happened to break in at this moment and ruined this awkward atmosphere. Is it a space channel? Could it be that we've arrived at a secret place? If it's a space channel, then we might have a big harvest. As the voice sounded, figures appeared 300 meters in front of Zichen. Look, what a rich and pure power of the rules. We must have arrived at a secret place. Haha, I didn't expect to be lucky enough to run into a secret place. We're really lucky. Zichen is lucky. Otherwise, we would have caught up with him and killed him. Everyone stood together and looked at the space in front of them as they shouted loudly. A total of 8 people had appeared. 5 of them were at the mid-corporeal realm and appeared very excited as they shouted loudly. The other 3 were at the late corporeal realm. They looked a lot calmer, but the excitement in their eyes could not be suppressed no matter how hard they tried. Suddenly, an extremely polite voice sounded from behind them. Excuse me, are you all part of the city's army? The corporeal realm expert was about to answer when he suddenly felt that something was wrong and turned around. When they turned around, they saw Zichen and Shong Guanhong. At this moment, Shong Guanhong had already regained her usual calmness. Her beautiful face caused everyone to be stunned. Zichen, it's you. I didn't expect you to come in here too. The late corporeal realm expert was the first to regain his composure and coldly shouted at Zichen. Haha. I thought you got lucky and ran away. I didn't expect you to come in here too. Just nice, we can go treasure hunting after killing you. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The others also reacted and shouted loudly. However, they were all paying attention to Shong Guanhong from the corner of their eyes. Zichen looked at them and asked, "There are so many of you. Are you all here to kill me?" "Of course." "Why?" Zichen asked again. "Because of the great treasure on you. Kid, you're only at the virtual realm. It's a waste for the great treasure to be on you. Only we can bring out the true power of the great treasure." A mid-corporeal realm expert sneered. Zichen continued, "I'm afraid it's not just the great treasure. It should be Zhu Chong's wish as well." A late corporeal realm expert's expression changed. "I don't know what you're talking about. You should all be part of the city's army. Or rather, there should be a few of you here. Zhu Chong must have sent you to kill me," Zichen said calmly. The late corporeal realm expert wanted to deny it, but at this moment, a mid-corporeal realm expert said, "You're going to die today anyway. What's the point of telling you? We're the city's army. Killing you today is not only to steal the treasure, but also to give Zhu Chong some face." Zichen nodded and said seriously, "Since you're so honest, I've decided to kill you last." "You. You." Before the mid-corporeal realm expert could finish his words, he saw Zichen's figure in front of him sway slightly. Immediately after, a gentle breeze blew past. The gentle breeze blew through this world, moving the ribbons. The colorful ribbons gently spun, looking very beautiful. Shong Guanhong felt that this scene was very beautiful. The other corporeal realm experts also felt that it was very beautiful. However, behind the beauty was danger, an extremely fatal danger. The gentle breeze brushed past their faces and blew towards their companions. A soft and tiny sound entered the mid-corporeal realm expert's ears. It was a very light and faint sound, like the wind. It was very likely that it was just an illusion. A ribbon streaked past his eyes. It was very dazzling. The mid-corporeal realm expert couldn't help but blink. However, in this blink of an eye, the gentle breeze disappeared and the beautiful ribbons stopped spinning. The mid-corporeal realm expert opened his eyes and saw Zichen several hundred meters away. He was still as calm as ever, but the expression of the beauty beside Zichen seemed to be a bit off. "TCH, you want to kill us? Stop dreaming. Today is the day you die. If you beg for mercy, I'll consider slowly torturing you to death. That way, you'll be able to live a little longer." The mid-corporeal realm expert laughed complacently. His laughter echoed in this illusory world. It seemed very empty, very lonely, and also very lonely. The mid-corporeal realm expert felt very strange when he didn't hear any laughter of agreement. He looked to the side. He saw the 4 mid-corporeal realm experts standing there and silently staring at Zichen. Their expressions seemed to be a bit sluggish. The mid-corporeal realm expert didn't understand the 4's actions and didn't notice the thin red line on their necks. He looked to the other side where the 3 late corporeal realm experts had been standing. However, The three of them had disappeared. When he turned around, he saw the three of them several hundred meters behind him. Their faces were somewhat pale. The corners of one of their eyes were even twitching, as if he was enduring some sort of pain. "You guys," the mid-corporeal realm expert was puzzled. However, just as he opened his mouth, he heard a few more thumps coming from beside him. He decided to ignore these sounds and wanted to say a complete sentence at this moment. However, a head that rolled to his feet made him forcefully stop speaking. It was a human head, a mid-corporeal realm expert's head. And on the side, there was a corpse lying there. Then, he saw 3 more corpses. All 3 of them had their heads chopped off as well. When their bodies fell, their heads separated from their necks. The mid-corporeal realm expert was stunned at first before his expression changed drastically. This place that was originally extremely beautiful in his eyes seemed to have become extremely dangerous at this moment. Such a scene appeared in his mind. Chapter 1263. It was as if an illusion had flashed through his mind. The middle corporeal realm expert tried to fill in the gaps in his mind and came to the conclusion that it was impossible. His expression changed once again as fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." It was obvious that he didn't believe that a mere emptiness realm expert could do this. It must have been an outsider or some dangerous existence in this world that had made a move. Although there were many suspicious points, it was still better than believing that these people had all been killed by a single blow from an emptiness realm expert. Shongguan Hong looked at the middle corporeal realm expert and his pale and frightened face and suddenly felt that he was very funny. However, she couldn't laugh because everything that had just happened was indeed against common sense. Even she had only vaguely discovered the trajectory of Zi Chen's movement. Even the person involved, Zi Chen, was astonished by the attack just now. This was the first time he had fought in his own illusory world. He didn't expect it to be this strong. This isn't a secret area at all. This is your illusory space. You discovered us a long time ago and were waiting for us here. A trembling voice rang out from behind the middle corporeal realm expert. The 3 late corporeal realm experts had already seen through the clues. "What? It's really you? How is this possible?" The middle corporeal realm expert's expression changed to one of shock. The 3-meter space outside is your illusory space, but coming in here is like walking into a real world. There are also many kinds of laws here. Who are you? Another late corporeal realm expert spoke, his voice clearly filled with shock. "Naturally, I'm the one who will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen rushed towards the late corporeal realm expert. He was already extremely fast, so in his own illusory space, his speed had reached an extreme limit. The middle corporeal realm expert couldn't even see Zi Chen's figure. However, the late corporeal realm expert could sense Zi Chen's arrival. The 3 of them shouted and attacked together. Waves of energy surged in this illusory space, forming a storm around the 3 of them. The 3 of them stood at the very center of the storm and controlled it to spread out in all directions. The energy swirled and tore apart the power of the rules in the surroundings. This attack not only blocked Zi Chen, but also broke apart this illusory space. From the 3 of them's point of view, if they joined forces, they would naturally be able to block Zi Chen and break through this seemingly extraordinary illusory space. Under normal circumstances, the 3 of them were right. It was too easy for a late corporeal realm expert to break through a mid-virtual realm expert's world. However, this was Zi Chen's illusory space, which was created by the 3 pages of the Heavenly Tome. Breaking this world was equivalent to shattering the 3 pages of the Heavenly Tome. He didn't know if a domain realm expert had this ability, but the 3 late corporeal realm experts couldn't do it. Not only were the 3 unable to break through the illusory space, they couldn't even block Zi Chen's path. A stream of dazzling blade light cut through the storm and rushed towards a late corporeal realm expert in a straight line. Pu. A saber light flashed and a soft sound was heard. A severed arm flew up and was then crushed by the destructive power. The storm was also extinguished by this blade. The 3 of them had no time to be shocked. They could only retreat because Zi Chen was already in front of them. He glanced indifferently at the 3 retreating people. In his eyes, they were simply too slow. Zi Chen tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand. Then, he raised his blade forward. Almost at the same moment he lifted his foot, Zi Chen swung his blade down. He arrived in front of a late corporeal realm expert in a single step. The black blade then swept across his opponent's neck. A rule breaker accompanied the blade light as it chopped off the late corporeal realm expert's head. One of the 3 late corporeal realm experts had died because of this. The death of their comrade freed the other 2. The 2 of them had already retreated several hundred meters. At the same time, they gripped their weapons tightly in their hands and mobilized the powerful energy within their bodies to attack a certain spot in the air. Boom! The 2's attacks exploded at a certain point in the void. Such an attack could even break through the space of a mid-corporeal realm expert and cause the space of a late corporeal realm expert to tremble violently. However, in Zi Chen's illusory space, only a slight tremor occurred at the spot where the attack had struck. It was as if this space was a real illusory world. How is this possible? The remaining 2 were shocked and horrified. Immediately after, the 2 of them opened their own realms and prepared to hide there. The current Zi Chen was simply too frightening. However, just as the 2 of them were about to open their realms, the illusory colored power of the rules enveloped the 2 of them. An enormous pressure pressed down on them and the 2 of them discovered that they couldn't open their realms. Damn it, how can this be? I can't open my space. This illusory space is too strange. It can actually suppress the realms and prevent them from opening. This won't do. We have to think of a way to escape. At this moment, they had no chance of winning. The only thing they could think of was to survive and escape. The 2 of them believed that once they reached the outside world, they would definitely be able to kill Zi Chen. However, their only hope of escaping had been destroyed by Zi Chen's mysterious illusory space. They couldn't open their realms at all. The colorful light and power of the rules trapped the 2 of them like a giant net. The aura that was unique to the rules of destruction caused the 2 late corporeal stage experts to feel despair. On one side, the 2 late corporeal stage experts were clearly not far from death. On the other side, the mid-corporeal stage expert's attack on the illusory space was fruitless. When he saw Zi Chen easily kill a late corporeal stage expert, his heart was filled with despair. In his despair, he saw Shangguan Hong. His face was filled with malevolence and madness. He shouted loudly and charged towards Shangguan Hong. At this moment, he naturally didn't have any dirty thoughts in his heart. He only wanted to restrain his opponent and use her to threaten Zi Chen. In his opinion, since Zi Chen was together with such a beauty, the 2 of them must be in a relationship. He could sense that this woman was also at the mid-corporeal stage. However, as a member of the city's army, he had been carefully selected and his battle strength was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, he was confident that he could quickly restrain this woman. Shangguan Hong calmly watched as the mid-corporeal stage expert approached. In the latter's eyes, it was obvious that this little beauty was scared silly. As he approached, he began to mobilize the power around his body. However, before he could launch an attack, a ray of light surged out from the woman's body. This was a ray of green light. It was mainly rich with life energy and was supplemented by other powers. If one were to release their spiritual senses to observe carefully, they would be able to detect that this attack, which was mainly rich with life energy, actually contained another 48 types of rules. Puff! With a soft sound, the green light directly entered the mid-corporeal stage expert's body. However, it didn't leave a wound on his body and he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. The mid-corporeal stage expert was stunned. However, his expression quickly turned malevolent once again. However, in the next moment, this malevolence completely froze. His body instantly turned green. Immediately after, his skin became dry and rough as if it had lost all moisture. Then, his skin cracked open like dry tree bark. In the next moment, a small 2-leaved sapling emerged from the mid-corporeal stage expert's head. The moment it emerged, the mid-corporeal stage expert's boundless life energy converged towards the sapling. With the nourishment of this life energy, the sapling instantly grew larger. It was like a tree of life, spreading life energy in all directions. In just a few breaths of time, the little sapling had grown into a towering tree. The tree was lush with leaves and lush green. Every leaf emitted a green light and released the power of life. If it was paired with some fruits of life, this would be a living ancient tree of life. The mid-corporeal stage expert was the foundation of the ancient tree of life. His life energy had long since disappeared. Furthermore, his entire body had been assimilated by the ancient tree of life. The mid-corporeal stage expert had died in front of her eyes, but Shangguan Hong's beautiful face was still calm. It seemed that she had killed many people in this way. The seemingly beautiful and kind Shangguan Hong didn't even blink when she killed. It seemed that there wasn't a single kind person in the Zhanwu continent. On one side, the battle had been easily resolved. On the other side, Zi Chen had also successfully killed 2 late corporeal stage experts. Since the corporeal stage was divided into 3 stages and the power within one's body increased by 10 times, a late corporeal stage law fragment was equivalent to 100 early corporeal stage law fragments. Converted into law fragments, it was equivalent to 1,000,000. As for a domain fragment, its value was equivalent to 100 late corporeal stage law fragments. This was based on the growth of the corporeal stage. The emptiness stage and earth stage experts did not receive such treatment. After the battle ended, Zi Chen turned around to look at Shangguan Hong. There was a clear fluctuation on his calm face. As the ruler of this world, he was naturally aware of everything that had just happened. Shangguan Hong had used a type of law power that Zi Chen was very familiar with. In fact, he also possessed it. It was the law of nature. He hadn't expected Shangguan Hong to have comprehended the complete law of nature. Moreover, she was incomparably skilled in using it. She had long since grasped the essence of the law of nature. Although Zi Chen had also comprehended the law of nature, he had only used it as a springboard to comprehend the law of destruction. In this way, Zi Chen was like an amateur who knew all the rules in the arena. On the other hand, Shangguan Hong was a professional who had spent her entire life studying the law of nature. Shangguan Hong had a very deep understanding of the law of nature. Her killing methods were even more unique. Just as he was putting away the corpse and walking over, Shangguan Hong suddenly spoke, "This tree of life is for you." At this moment, only an ancient tree could be seen. The face of the corporeal realm expert was no longer clear. However, if one looked closely, they would still be able to see some clues. Shangguan Hong continued, "Although this cannot compare to the ancient tree of life, it contains an extremely rich life force. It can save a life at a critical moment. You can raise it in your world." No matter what, his opponent was still a human. Although she was dead, she was still a dead person in his world. Zi Chen had killed countless people, but he would always process and refine the corpses every time. He had never seen a corpse grow like this before, so he was somewhat conflicted. He shook his head. Shangguan Hong did not insist. She immediately opened her own corporeal realm and stored the tree inside. Chapter 1264. Shangguan Hong was dressed in white, without a single speck of dust on her. Her waist was slender, her figure was slender, and her face was beautiful. She could be considered a very, very beautiful person. Even if she stood next to Shangguan Yu Su Mengyaro, Wang Xian and the others, she wouldn't pale in comparison. However, at this moment, Zi Chen would rather that she was a man than a beautiful woman. This was because the moment Shangguan Hong opened her reality space, he saw the scene inside and felt a chill in his heart. He didn't see the entire reality space, only a small area, like the corner of a huge iceberg. It was a world dominated by green, and the entire world was filled with a rich aura of life. Besides the natural laws, there was also a large forest that formed this aura of life. The trees in the forest contained a rich life force. There were tall and short trees, and the aura of life was strong and weak. However, if one looked closely, one could still make out a vague human face on these trees. Obviously, these trees were the same as the one in front of him. They were all left behind by Shangguan Hong to save his life. However, a woman actually kept so many corpses in her own reality space. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Zi Chen's emotions fluctuated, and his aura changed. After putting away the trees, Shangguan Hong looked at Zi Chen and smiled, "This is my secret. You have to keep it a secret for me. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Her smile had a hint of charm, and the tone of her voice was like a couple flirting with each other. Her gentle words circled around his ears, and at this moment, she was so beautiful and moving. However, Zichen's mind was filled with the corpses and trees. The beautiful Shang Guanhong in front of him was judged as a femme fatale in his heart. Zichen decided that he had to keep his distance from her. Otherwise, if he accidentally provoked her one day and turned into a tree, it would be troublesome. The trouble has been dealt with. Can we go now? Seeing that Zichen didn't move forward, Shang Guanhong asked. Let's go. Zichen smiled, but his smile seemed a little unnatural. The two of them reappeared in the real world. Shang Guanhong looked at Zichen and smiled, and the two of them walked forward. Zichen didn't know if it was because he was paying too much attention, but he noticed that Shang Guanhong seemed to have gotten closer to him when they were walking. As they walked on the uneven mountain road, the two of them often touched each other's skin. However, when Zichen thought back to the previous scene, Zichen felt as if he had been stabbed by a poisonous needle the moment his skin touched hers. At this moment, Zichen completely regarded Shang Guanhong as a femme fatale who could only be seen from afar. He wondered what she would think if she knew about this. In Hupping City, discussions about the void tree continued to heat up. Almost all the places where cultivators gathered in restaurants and inns were paying attention to the news of the void tree auction. However, there were also some people who did not care about this. For example, the captain of the city's army, Zhu Chong, had a father and a grandfather. Both of them needed the void tree. Even if there was one, it would not be his turn. The military discipline of the city's army was very strict, so he could not lower himself to deal with Zichen for no reason. He could only rely on others. After receiving accurate information, someone chased after him. There should be news now. Soon, Zhu Chong's communication bead vibrated. It was a message from his good friend, the captain. The content of the message was very simple. He said that he had found Zichen and would be able to deal with him soon. After reading the content of the message, Zhu Chong smiled. He wanted to kill Zichen, but he wanted Zichen's precious treasure even more. Although he was a captain now, he was not the strongest among the late-stage captains in the city. However, once he obtained those wings, he believed that he would be the strongest among the captains. He might even be the strongest person in Hupping City who was not from the domain. This was also his plan. He wanted to obtain Zichen's wings first. Thus, during this time, he did not look for Wang Jun to discuss the merging of the jade pieces. It was as if the two of them had forgotten about this matter and did not meet. Zhu Chong fantasized about everything that would happen after he obtained the wings. Time passed as he fantasized. After a long time, Zhu Chong felt that something was wrong and sent a message to the other party. Such a long time should be enough to deal with Zichen. However, there was still no news. Zhu Chong began to let his imagination run wild. Of course, it could only be that the other party had run away with the wings. However, that was also impossible because 3 people had gone. Although it was easier to do things with more people, they could still monitor each other. After sending a dozen messages without receiving a reply, Zhu Chong felt that something was wrong. He ordered someone to check the life plates and see if there was anything unusual. Soon, the person who went out returned and told Zhu Chong that all the life plates had shattered. What? It's broken? This result caused Zhu Chong to be shocked. Immediately after, his expression turned ugly. Dead. They were all dead. A total of 8 people had gone. They had all been arranged by Zhu Chong. However, no matter how he looked at it, they should have been able to kill Zichen. Why were they the ones who had died? Zhu Chong waved his hand, indicating that the other party should leave. He sat alone in the hall and pondered quietly. However, he could not figure out why this had happened. After sitting in silence for about 2 hours, Zhu Chong's slightly listless eyes lit up. He said indifferently, "Men." An early transcendent realm expert entered the hall. "Send someone to sell a piece of news near Hunter's Castle. Tell them that Zichen is in the Spirit Hunter mountain range and that they should pay attention to his whereabouts," Zhu Chong said indifferently. The early transcendent realm expert nodded and left. Soon, a virtual realm expert went to sell the news. Not long after, the news about Zi Chen in the Spirit Hunter mountain range spread. The Spirit Hunter mountain range was where Zi Chen was. Many hunters would go there to hunt beasts. This result was not surprising. Thinking about the battle back then and the affirmative words given by the domain expert, many people started to have other thoughts. Then, they set off for the Spirit Hunter mountain range. Hunter's Castle was also very concerned about the news about Zi Chen. Soon, this news passed through the layers and reached many managers. Got it. After hearing the news, Ling Xing just waved his hand indifferently. He did not seem to care at all. The wings on Zi Chen's body were indeed good stuff. They were very similar to the thing that could unleash the fastest speed in the world. However, the more this kind of thing was, the more restrictions it had. It was almost useless to the domain expert. Therefore, the domain expert would not break off relations with Hunter's Castle because of a useless item. As for the others, they might not be able to deal with Zi Chen. After hearing the news, Lord Wu just asked people to continue to pay attention to it. He did not say anything else. Obviously, he also thought highly of Zi Chen. What? Someone is selling information about Zi Chen? Ming Chu frowned slightly when he heard the news. Yes, the news clearly states that Zi Chen is in the Spirit Hunter mountain range. Did you find out who sent the news? Ming Chu asked. Not yet, but if you investigate carefully, you should be able to find out. Ming Chu waved his hand and said, it's not a big deal. Don't waste your energy investigating. As for Zi Chen, you just need to pay attention to him. Don't ask about anything else. Of course, you don't need to remind him. Just consider this a test for him. The hunter nodded and left. In addition to Ming Chu, there was another young man in the room. His eyes had strange vertical pupils and there was a red mark between his eyebrows. He looked very evil. While Ming Chu was talking, the young man kept playing with the dagger in his hand. The dagger jumped between his fingers. Is it that Zi Chen? The young man asked after the outsider left. Who else could it be? Ming Chu said in annoyance. I want to see how an emptiness realm expert can spend 10 billion resources. If he is too weak, I don't mind borrowing his wings to play with. That thing is like adding wings to a tiger, the young man said calmly. Ming Chu frowned and warned the young man, you should know the rules of Hunter's Castle. Don't mess around. The evil young man put away the dagger and said, I know. Of course, I know. I can't fight with my own people. However, I am very curious about him. He can get the mark when he is only in the emptiness realm. Compared to him, he is slightly stronger than me. Seeing that the evil young man was about to leave, Ming Chu asked, where are you going? I am going to see that guy called Zi Chen. If he is dead, I can collect his body and take back his wings. However, it is better for such a person to die. Otherwise, he will need more resources from Hunter's Castle to break through in the future. At that time, who will be able to supply him? You don't have to worry about this. You don't have to go. With Shong Guan Hong following him, he should be fine. Sister Hong is going. The evil young man's eyes flashed with an evil light and said, then I should go. After saying that, the evil young man left directly. Ming Chu shook his head and did not say anything. In the Spirit Hunter mountain range, Zi Chen and Shong Guan Hong were still going deep. This time, Zi Chen's goal was to kill spirit-level beasts. Obtaining resources was part of the reason, but adapting to his new power was also a very important reason. Putting aside the scene of the femme fatale, Shong Guan Hong was actually a good person. Along the way, she explained a lot of things about beasts to Zi Chen. There were many kinds of beasts, including some powerful races. Shong Guan Hong used some beasts as an example, and then she looked at the black eagle. After careful observation, she found that the black eagle was unusual and asked, this is a storm eagle. Someone had already said that the black eagle was a storm eagle. Zi Chen also knew about it, so he nodded. Storm eagle, it is really a storm eagle. I didn't expect you to have a beast of this level. How did you tame it? I almost misjudged it. Shong Guan Hong had seen the black eagle several times, but she had never paid attention to it. She thought it was just a demon beast. Until today, when they talked about beasts, she found it strange. Chen told her what happened between him and the Black Eagle, and finally said, "This can't be considered taming it. We are friends who get to know each other through fighting. I didn't expect there to be such a thing, but this is indeed a way to tame beasts. If you have the spirit communication technique, it will be even easier." Spirit communication technique, is it a technique to control beasts? Chen asked doubtfully. Chapter 1265. Summoning technique is a kind of talent that will awaken when a baby is born. It is also unique to the Zhonwu continent. It can be regarded as an extremely powerful magical ability. Every person who awakens summoning technique is destined to become a powerful beast tamer. Once discovered by a force, they will be focused on training. In history, there have been endless killings caused by beast tamers. They have proven the power of summoning technique time and time again. When encountering such an existence, you must try to befriend them and never provoke them. After talking about some war beasts, Guanhong began to explain some strange existences on the Zhonwu continent. "Are there many of them?" Chen asked. "Not many, but the appearance of one is enough to make people afraid." Chen said again, "Beast tamers are so powerful as you said. There shouldn't be any in Hupping City. Since this kind of existence is so rare, it won't be easy to meet one." Guanhong nodded first. She agreed with Chen's statement. Beast tamers were indeed rare. Then she smiled mysteriously, "That makes sense. Others may not meet one, but you will definitely meet one." "Why?" "Because there is a beast tamer in Hunter's Castle. This is a secret. Very few people know about it, but I happen to know about it and have even met him once." "There really is one." Chen looked a little surprised. He was discovered by Hunter's Castle a long time ago. Before he grew up, he was brought to the castle and began to be trained. It is said that a lot of resources have been spent, but he has never appeared in front of the world. As soon as he appears, he must have the same token mark as you and me. Doesn't that mean that he was recognized when he was at a very low realm? Chen asked. "That's true, but it's not the same. You and I are outsiders. Although we are the core members of Hunter's Castle, there are always some differences between us and those who have been trained since childhood. However, the differences are not big, and there is no obvious difference in resources." After walking for a while, the two decided to stop. Since there was a beast tamer in the Zhonwu continent, it was obvious that there would be other mysterious existences. Chen was very curious about this, so he asked, "Among the senior hunters in Hunter's Castle, other than the beast tamer, who else is there?" Guanhong glanced at Chen and said, "This is already considered to be probing the secrets of Hunter's Castle, but it's not a big deal. These people will be born in the end. Besides the beast tamer, I know of two others. One is the undying Wu Xie, and the other is Man Shi. I don't know much about Man Shi, but this person has a huge build. I think he should focus on defense. I've never seen him before. As for Wu Xie, speaking of this person," Guanhong's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, as if she didn't know how to describe him. After thinking for a while, she said, "This person is very strange. He does things according to his personal preferences. There is no distinction between good and evil in his heart. The most important thing is his undying body. This is the foundation of his arrogance and arrogance. With an undying body, no one can kill him." This was the second time Chen had heard of an undying body. The first time was when he was facing the Supreme Demon. At that time, the other party mistakenly thought that Chen's flame of life was an undying body. However, Chen knew that he wasn't an undying body. At this moment, when he heard that there really was an undying body, he was very surprised. Guanhong then said, "This person is very dangerous. You'd better not meet him." Guanhong only knew of these three people, but it was obvious that none of them were mortals. Compared to them, Guanhong only comprehended the laws of nature and seemed to be the weakest. However, Chen didn't believe that Guanhong, who was valued by Hunter's Castle, would be so simple. Chen had previously thought that he was almost invincible in the reality realm. Now that he heard of these three people, his thoughts were somewhat shaken. "What realms are they at?" Chen asked. Although the two sides hadn't met before and didn't have any grudges, It was still good to know some things in advance. Reality realm. They are currently at this realm, so they haven't appeared in the world yet. As for their specific realms, I'm not too sure, but I think they should be about the same as me. Almost all of them are at the middle realm, Shongguan Hong said after thinking for a moment. The sound of flapping wings suddenly rang out. The black eagle had returned. Ang the black eagle screeched, conveying some kind of message to Zi Chen. Recently, Shongguan Hong's sharp senses had detected a large number of human cultivators in the surroundings. Feeling that something was amiss, Zi Chen sent the black eagle to investigate. What? You're saying that these people's target is me? Zi Chen asked, very puzzled. The black eagle nodded. It was obvious that it had heard the human conversation during this period. Why me? Since when do I have so many enemies? Shongguan Hong said, of course you don't have that many enemies, but there are a lot of people who have designs on you. I think that their purpose for coming here should be the wings on your body. As for their whereabouts, it should be the military communication beads in the city that you killed that sent back the news, and then it was leaked by the people there. Zi Chen nodded when he heard this, then fell into silence. This time, he was here to gain experience. Whether it was killing spirit beasts or people, it was all the same. However, in addition to gaining experience, Zi Chen also needed to find a way to grow in battle. This was because ever since he absorbed 10 billion resources last time, Zi Chen found that he could no longer absorb the power of these laws. His body seemed to have reached a state of saturation and no longer needed power. He obviously hadn't encountered a bottleneck yet, but his strength wasn't growing. So far, Zi Chen hadn't found a way to break through. Sensing the murderous intent surging from Zi Chen's body, Shongguan Hong knew what Zi Chen was thinking and asked, how do you want to kill this time? The void space is my last resort. I don't want to expose it yet. Moreover, there are obviously a lot of people this time, so I'll just kill them outside. The two didn't deliberately wait for the pursuers to arrive, but continued to go deeper. Along the way, Zi Chen would step forward and beat up general-level warbeasts. If he encountered spirit-level warbeasts, Zi Chen would rely on his own strength to fight them and then kill them. If a spirit-level warbeast was sold in Hupping City, its value would be as high as several million, and some would even exceed 10 million. Although Zi Chen didn't need resources at the moment, it didn't mean that he wouldn't need them in the future. Moreover, even if he didn't need them, the Black Eagle would still use them. 3 days later, the first team to go deep found Zi Chen. Under normal circumstances, a corporeal realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill a spirit-level warbeast. It would even be very difficult to kill a general-level warbeast. Therefore, those who dared to come here to train were either very strong or in groups. After receiving the message from Hupping City, they began to look for Zi Chen. As the first team of cultivators found Zi Chen, other cultivators would soon arrive through the communication bead. And Zi Chen's battle would begin at this moment. 1 late corporeal realm cultivator and 6 mid-corporeal realm cultivators. Such a team dares to come here to die. Zi Chen said indifferently when he saw the 7 approaching corporeal realm cultivators. Shongguan Hong glanced at Zi Chen and said, such a team isn't weak. They can even defeat a spirit-level warbeast. It's just that you're too strong. However, don't be careless. This is the real world, and these people's combat power is still very strong. The 7 people were very confident. When they came, they surrounded them. Obviously, they didn't plan to let anyone go. Zi Chen glanced at the Black Eagle on his shoulder. The latter tactfully jumped to Shongguan Hong's side. Zi Chen, hand over the wings obediently. We can give you a quick death. As they approached, one of the mid-corporeal realm cultivators spoke, directly revealing their intentions. Although he didn't think that Zi Chen would be willing to hand over the wings, it was still appropriate to say a few words. After all, they weren't assassins. They couldn't do something like killing someone without saying a word. Moreover, a few words would be enough to probe Zi Chen's strength. Let's fight. Zi Chen responded indifferently, then rushed towards one of the mid-corporeal realm cultivators. The energy around him began to surge. He was only at the peak of the mid-corporeal realm. Seeing Zi Chen rush over without using the wings, The mid-corporeal realm cultivator's face immediately filled with disdain. Because he had the advantage in numbers, he didn't use any weapons. Instead, he gathered the power of space in his fist and punched at Zichen. Zichen also punched at the same time. The surface of the golden fist carried the power of destruction. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud explosion. The energy began to violently vibrate and spread with the two at the center. The mid-corporeal realm cultivator felt as if he had been rammed by a spirit-grade beast. An enormous force spread out and the power wrapped around his fist instantly collapsed. Then, the enormous force passed through his fist and into his arm. The sound of bones cracking continuously rang out. The mid-corporeal realm cultivator was sent flying. His expression was filled with shock as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that he would be the one to be completely defeated in a clash of an entire realm. The battle instantly broke out after the exchange. Various kinds of energy appeared in the sky. Zichen relied on his extreme speed and fists to wander among the mid-corporeal realm cultivators. After a few punches, 6 mid-corporeal realm cultivators were sent flying one after another. As for the late corporeal realm cultivator, he sent Zichen flying after colliding with Zichen. However, when the flying Zichen approached once again, a black blade appeared in his hand. He gripped the blade and charged towards the late corporeal realm cultivator. The two weapons collided in the sky, causing an intense energy shockwave. The mid-corporeal realm cultivators watched in shock. Zichen was actually not at a disadvantage. This discovery shocked and horrified them. One had to know that Zichen had yet to use his wings. Once he did, his battle strength would be even greater. It was only at this moment that they truly understood how powerful and terrifying Zichen was. Every one of them began to feel the urge to retreat. However, how could Zichen let them escape? One had to know that a mid-corporeal realm cultivator was worth 100,000 spirit stones on the surface. If they were to include the mid-corporeal weapon they had, their value would be even higher. Of course, if he encountered a spirit-grade weapon, then it would be Zichen's bad luck. That thing would follow its master to death. The mid-corporeal realm cultivators wanted to escape, but Zichen was prepared to kill them. A resplendent silver light appeared on his back, and the 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. With the appearance of the thunder wings, his strength also skyrocketed. He went from the mid-corporeal realm to the early corporeal realm. Behind him was a 3-meter corporeal realm cultivator. He gripped his blade, flapped his wings, and charged towards the first mid-corporeal realm cultivator. Chapter 1266. When Zichen was at the early stage of the illusory realm, he had been able to slaughter mid-stage corporeal realm experts with the help of his lightning wings. This time, he had stayed in Heaven No. 1 for a year and consumed 10 billion worth of resources. His battle strength had greatly increased, making it easy for him to slaughter mid-stage corporeal realm experts. The pitch-black blade light flashed 6 times in the sky above Zichen. 6 mid-stage corporeal realm experts collapsed in pools of blood. This scene happened in a short instant. The last late-stage corporeal realm expert's expression changed drastically because of Zichen's effortless slaughter. He had a bad feeling. Regret grew in his heart and the thought of escaping grew in his mind. Zichen's speed was something he had never seen before in his life. Escaping from him was undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, the late-stage corporeal realm expert already had a plan in mind when he decided to escape. He immediately opened up his own reality space and prepared to hide inside. As for the coordinates, it was obvious that no one knew except for him. He only needed a thought to open up his own reality space and enter it in a flash. Even with Zichen's speed, he could not stop the other party. The late-stage corporeal realm expert glanced at Zichen before he disappeared. The fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by a mocking sneer at the corner of his mouth. He had already spread the news that a large number of corporeal realm experts would soon gather here and join forces to kill Zichen. He believed that Zichen would die. The late-stage corporeal realm expert disappeared and entered his own world. He did not notice that Zichen's indifferent expression had turned into a mocking one in the next moment. The moment the late-stage corporeal realm expert disappeared, Zi Chen took a step forward and flashed to the place where the latter had just disappeared. Then, Zi Chen stood up and raised his blade. The pitch-black blade suddenly released a dazzling light. This light was divided into two colors, gold and silver. The power of laws flowed within it. Shangguan Hong stood in the distance and watched Zi Chen raise his blade. His expression was so solemn and his body was filled with a powerful aura. He appeared to be incomparably confident. At this moment, he was like a giant of heaven and earth, looking down on the world. The blade lit up with a dazzling light as rays of light of laws changed on the blade. Shangguan Hong's beautiful face was immediately filled with shock. She could see the shadow of many laws on Zi Chen's long saber. These rules were the rules of Zi Chen's virtual realm. They flashed with a strange light and then began to change based on the gold and silver colors. Shangguan Hong saw many laws, many powerful laws of the world. For example, the law of nature, the law of life, the law of good and evil, the law of slaughter. These laws were constantly changing, and it was as if they were undergoing some sort of evolution. The nature and functions of these laws were slowly changing, and in the end, many laws fused and transformed into a single type of law. This was a rule that Shangguan Hong had never seen before. The moment this rule appeared, she had an illusion that this was no longer the rule of the Zhonwu continent, but another rule that had never appeared in the world. Her perception was very sharp. With the help of the natural laws, she could detect many different things. She sensed that the laws on the surface of Zi Chen's saber had an aura that made people shudder. This aura came from the omnipotent destructive aura of the laws. In the next moment, Zi Chen's saber slashed at the void in front of him. The void trembled as the destructive law gushed out from the tip of the saber and shot towards the void in front of him. In an instant, a crack appeared in the void. It was as if a world had been split open. A black hole appeared in front of Zi Chen. The black hole was a passageway. On the other side of the passageway stood a person. It was the late corporeal stage expert from before. The ridicule on the latter's face had yet to dissipate when it was frozen by Zi Chen's saber. This scene was clearly unexpected and unbelievable. However, what was even more unexpected was that Zi Chen had actually flashed into the space of the late corporeal stage expert with his saber in hand. He had entered the latter's domain. Shangguan Hong wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She had just flashed to the place where the void had been split open, but the space had already closed up. Even she could not sense the coordinates of the late corporeal stage expert in a short period of time. Zi Chen had given her a lot of shock along the way. Although she knew that Zi Chen was very strong and had a very meticulous mind, she was still clearly worried when she saw that Zi Chen had actually taken the initiative to enter the small world of the late corporeal stage expert. 3 breaths passed while she waited anxiously. 3 breaths later, the void suddenly split open again a few hundred meters away from Shangguan Hong. Immediately after, a sorry figure rushed out. "Are you even human?" A panicked voice rang out as the figure rushed out. It was the late corporeal stage expert. He had actually abandoned his own world of his own accord and started to flee. Shangguan Hong stared blankly at the fleeing figure with a face full of fear and panic. Suddenly, another saber light shot out from the void. The destructive aura within this saber light was very obvious. Zi Chen once again broke into the world of the late corporeal stage expert with his saber and rushed out. He flapped his thunder wings and chased after the fleeing late corporeal stage expert. The two of them quickly disappeared from Shangguan Hong's line of sight, one chasing the other. Although she still had some confidence in Zi Chen, she never imagined that things would end up like this. This is too scary. He's only at the mid-illusory stage. Even if he has wings, he's still at the early corporeal stage. However, he managed to scare a late corporeal stage expert and make him run away. Shangguan Hong faintly sighed. Zi Chen's figure quickly appeared in her line of sight. It was obvious that the battle was over. The late corporeal stage expert was dead. A person at the level of a large captain of the city army had died just like that. Zi Chen seemed to be in a pretty good mood after returning. Although he didn't like killing people, he had gained quite a lot from it. Zi Chen was very satisfied with this result. "What do we do now? Are we still going to go deeper?" Shong Guanhong asked. She was the guide of the two, but most of the time, she had to ask for Zichen's opinion. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, we've already been exposed. Let's just wait here. Just stand here and wait." Shong Guanhong asked again. "No, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat while we wait." As he spoke, Zichen's figure descended from the sky and found a pool of water. He took out a large piece of spirit-grade beast meat from his spirit ring and began to wash it. Shong Guanhong was a little startled when she saw Zichen's serious expression. However, when she thought about Zichen's battle strength and the confidence that filled his indifference, she didn't have anything to worry about. This time, her main goal was to bring Zichen out to gain experience. Of course, Elder Ling also wanted her to act as a bodyguard and protect Zichen. However, along the way, she seemed to have discovered that Zichen didn't need any protection at all. More importantly, Zichen's barbecue skills were quite good. She was born in the Zhonwu continent, so her cultivation speed was very fast. Coupled with the special circumstances of the Zhonwu continent, she had almost never left the city before the Earth Realm, let alone gain experience and eat barbecue in the wild. After the Earth Realm, she went out a few times, but there were people protecting her. At best, she went out to see the scenery. It was the same when she was in the virtual realm. It wasn't until she broke through to the reality realm that she had freedom. Usually, when she went out, she would learn from those cultivators and barbecue in the wild. However, compared to Zichen, who had hundreds or even thousands of years of barbecue skills, her skills were really weak. Moreover, Zichen's seriousness and concentration when he was barbecuing was also very attractive. Shong Guanhong found that she was a little distracted, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. The large piece of barbecue gradually changed color, and grease appeared on the surface. The grease began to drip down, falling on the charcoal below and turning into fire snakes. Zichen was very serious about barbecuing. Every time a fire snake appeared, he would move the barbecue away, not letting the fire snake touch it at all. Under the pure high temperature of the barbecue, Zichen's barbecue not only looked good, but also tasted delicious without any smoke. Coupled with the delicate texture of the spirit-grade beast meat, it could be called a perfect masterpiece. During this time, Zichen took out a bottle of wine from another world. Eating good food, drinking good wine, and looking at beautiful women. This kind of life was naturally very pleasant. It wasn't known whether Zichen was thinking this or not, but the people who came later couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw this warm scene. The sound of something breaking through the air constantly rang out. This time, many corporeal realm cultivators had come. Moreover, they knew that Zichen had once slaughtered early corporeal realm cultivators, so those who dared to come this time were mostly mid and late corporeal realm cultivators. As for early corporeal realm cultivators, they hid in the distance, waiting for a chance to pick up some scraps. When these people arrived, the first thing they smelled was the rich aroma of the barbecue. When they saw Shong Guanhong below, they immediately felt that she was a feast for the eyes. At the same time, they appeared indifferent on the surface, but in their hearts, they were secretly envious and jealous of Zichen. The barbecue meat was placed on a special plate. With a beauty beside him, Zichen naturally ate in a very refined manner. On the other side, Shong Guanhong was also chewing and swallowing slowly. There was flowing water, mountain rocks, green scenery, and most importantly, a beautiful woman. This scene was quiet and peaceful. It was a very beautiful picture. Only the black eagle wolfing down the food beside him slightly ruined the scenery. More and more corporeal realm cultivators arrived in the sky and gradually surrounded Zichen from all directions. However, Zichen seemed not to have noticed and continued eating. These corporeal realm cultivators didn't immediately attack after they appeared. They looked down at Zichen indifferently, only occasionally swallowing their saliva to show that Zichen's barbecue was indeed delicious. Just smelling the aroma was enough to make people drool. Another group of cultivators arrived in the distance, but they didn't come forward. The leader was the captain of Hupping City's Zhu family, Zhu Chong. Zhu Chong had arrived with a group of city guards. These city guards had all concealed their identities and revealed themselves as hunters. This kid's luck with women is not bad. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Ju Chong's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Shang Guan Hong. He snorted and watched coldly from the side, not coming forward. On the other side, a young man appeared on a big tree. The young man had a pair of vertical pupils and a red mark between his eyebrows. He looked very sinister. When he saw Shang Guan Hong sitting opposite Zi Chen in the distance and eating quietly, a cold light flashed in his vertical pupils. He felt extremely uncomfortable, and at the same time, he detested Zi Chen to the extreme. "Let me see what you've got." The red mark between his eyebrows began to tremble in the next moment. Then, it slowly expanded, revealing an eye inside. It was also a vertical pupil. Following that, a formless ray of light shot out from the vertical pupil. This ray of light shot straight towards Zi Chen. Chapter 1267. Zi Chen turned around and only saw a large tree. Apart from that, he saw nothing else. However, Zi Chen did not believe that it was an illusion. Immediately after, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. These were 2 materialized beams of light, 1 gold and 1 silver. They were the yin-yang eyes. However, under the yin-yang eyes, Zi Chen still did not notice anything out of the ordinary. "What's wrong?" Shang Guan Hong asked when she sensed that something was wrong with Zi Chen's expression. She did not see Zi Chen use the yin-yang eyes. The others saw it, and in an instant, they had an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. The yin-yang eye gave them a very strange feeling. Not discovering anything did not mean that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Zi Chen, who was originally confident and calm, was still full of confidence at this moment. However, there was an additional sense of vigilance. This vigilance was for the surrounding environment and also for the many freaks of the warring martial continent. In this mysterious and dangerous world, one needed to be constantly vigilant. He had wanted to wait a little longer, but now he did not. He knew that an existence that was a threat to him had arrived. Following that, Zi Chen stood up and the black blade appeared in his hand. In another direction, the sinister youth's figure appeared. There was a hint of surprise on his sinister face. "What sharp senses! I was almost discovered. What was that just now? Was it also an innate eye technique?" He took out his blade. Is he about to attack? Ju Chong also saw Zi Chen with a blade. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a sneer. He knew that a great battle was about to unfold. "Everyone be careful. Remember, our goal is to take advantage of the chaos to kill Zi Chen and seize the final wings," Ju Chong reminded them. The others nodded one after another and then prepared for battle. Around the dome of the sky, more and more realms gathered. However, they did not make a move. The most fundamental reason for this was that the people who came were not familiar with each other. No one was willing to be the first to attack and let others take advantage of them. Further away, there were even more realms gathered. Most of them were early stage or people who knew their limits. When Zi Chen took out his blade, everyone's expressions became cautious. However, they still did not make a move. At this time, because there were too many people and too many people, no one made a sound. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. Zi Chen scanned his surroundings indifferently with his blade in hand. Then, his gaze landed on a mid-stage corporeal realm expert. In this battle, his first slash would begin from his opponent's body. This mid-corporeal realm expert was wearing a defensive armor that was worth millions. The weapon in his hand was also of high quality. It seemed that he was doing quite well. He had participated in many battles, big and small, and had killed countless people. But for some reason, when Zi Chen's indifferent eyes swept over him, his heart suddenly trembled. On the boulder on the ground, Zi Chen's figure trembled slightly before an illusory figure appeared in the next moment. "They're making their move." A loud shout came from the crowd, but not everyone rushed towards Zi Chen to kill him. Instead, they scattered in all directions. The illusory figure took on a strange shape and speed as it soared into the air, passing through the crowd and charging towards the middle-stage corporeal realm expert. The sudden sense of danger in his heart made him realize that Zi Chen had locked onto him. Therefore, he let out a loud shout and slashed forward with his weapon. At the same time, the defensive armor around his body began to glow, forming a dark corporeal light barrier. Poof! The pitch-black blade light quickly passed through the corporeal realm expert's attack and landed on his body first. A soft sound came from the light barrier as it was cut open by the blade light. Then, the black blade appeared and swept past the opponent's neck. It was another slash. The crowd who had just dodged felt somewhat apprehensive as they stared at the headless corpse spurting blood. The middle stage corporeal realm experts in particular felt an icy chill on their necks. They had moved aside because they wanted to see how strong Zi Chen's first attack was and make some adjustments to deal with it. However, they had never imagined that he would be able to cut off the head of a middle-stage corporeal realm expert with just one attack. The middle-stage corporeal realm experts felt a chill in their hearts as cold sweat began to form on their hands that were tightly gripping their weapons. If a person wearing a defensive armor had been cut down by a single slash, then those who were not wearing any defensive armor felt even more fear in their hearts. The corpse fell from the sky, but Zi Chen did not have the time to pick it up. His cold gaze swept the surroundings once again. This time, many of the middle-stage corporeal realm experts subconsciously took a step back and held their weapons horizontally in front of their chests. The thunder wings on Zi Chen's back unfurled as the aura around him began to soar. A 3-meter-wide corporeal space formed behind him. A 3-meter-wide corporeal space was really too small, but it was very eye-catching. At this moment, many people who had only heard rumors and had never seen Zi Chen with their own eyes finally believed in the miraculous abilities of the wings. The evil-looking youth stood on a large tree in the distance. When he saw Zi Chen cut down a middle-stage corporeal realm expert with one slash, an evil smile appeared on his face. "Not bad speed, and your attack power isn't." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped. His expression changed because at this moment, Zi Chen had revealed his wings. This caused his pupils to abruptly shrink. However, what caused his expression to change was that Zi Chen's speed had increased several times after he revealed his wings. He could only see a blurry shadow with his naked eye. Moreover, the shadow was intermittent, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It was impossible for him to catch sight of Zi Chen's true body. This speed had already far surpassed his own by several times. Just this speed alone was enough to make Zi Chen invincible. The evil-looking youth's expression suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to see what Zi Chen's true body looked like in such a situation. He wanted to see what kind of footwork Zi Chen used, but he was also worried that Zi Chen would sense him. He was somewhat hesitant. While he was hesitating, Zi Chen had already flashed past the 3 middle-stage corporeal realm experts. Every time Zi Chen's flickering figure appeared, there would be a flash of black saber light that would cut off a person's head. This is the fastest speed in the world. The evil-looking youth did not open the vertical pupil between his brows in the end. He did not want to be discovered by Zi Chen, or perhaps he did not want to expose himself so early. He knew from Ming Chu that Zi Chen's speed was very likely the fastest in the world. Now that he saw it, even the arrogant youth could not help but sigh in his heart. It's said that the fastest speed in the world is exclusive to the Lei clan. Now that he has the thunder wings, his speed has reached an extreme. But, isn't the Lei clan in another prefecture? Why is this Lei clan member here? The evil-looking youth frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He understood the use of the thunder wings the moment he saw Zi Chen. However, not everyone knew some ancient secrets and not everyone had extraordinary eyesight. The thunder wings were indeed a priceless treasure, but only in Zi Chen's hands, it was a true priceless treasure. If it were someone else who wasn't from the Thunder Clan, the value of this priceless treasure would be greatly reduced, but it would still be a priceless treasure. Corpses fell from the sky one after another as heads flew into the air. Zi Chen relied on the fastest speed in the world and borrowed the power of space to appear and disappear from time to time. In the eyes of a mid-corporeal realm expert, the speed Zi Chen was currently displaying was equivalent to teleportation. They could not detect or grasp his movements at all. In the face of the elusive Zi Chen, they could only passively defend. However, this defense was nothing in front of Zi Chen. A single slash of his blade would break through their defenses and the black blade would cut off their heads. This was a very simple battle. It was just that the speed was so fast that many people could not see it clearly. However, If everyone's speed was slowed down by 1,000 times, they would see that the thunder wings on Zichen's back were flapping and his feet were moving along with them. A mysterious power of space was created between the two of them, causing Zichen's speed to increase. However, Zichen was not teleporting. He was still moving forward, one step at a time. It was just that his speed was faster. After slowing down his movements, Zichen looked like he was running quickly, but the movements of the others were even slower. It was as if a slow spell had been cast on them, or as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Every small movement of theirs had to be paused. Zichen, on the other hand, simply walked over and slashed down with his blade, killing one person. It was that simple. Naturally, Zichen's speed could not be slowed down. Therefore, this simple battle continued at an extremely fast speed. All the mid-corporeal realm experts present were scared out of their wits by Zichen's killing technique. At this moment, they no longer had the will to fight, only endless coldness and fear. They began to retreat and flee. All mid-corporeal realm experts, retreat. At the same time, a series of loud shouts rang out. These shouts came from the late corporeal realm experts. They were not afraid of Zichen. Instead, they were infuriated by Zichen's method of killing. As for the mid-corporeal realm experts, not only were they unable to help, they were even hindering them. The mid-corporeal realm experts began to retreat. After Zichen chased after a few more people, many late corporeal realm experts surrounded him and blocked his path. The real battle had just begun. The evil-looking youth's expression did not change, but there seemed to be some kind of expectation in his eyes. A trace of worry appeared on Shangguan Hong's face. Zhu Chong, on the other hand, had a look of ridicule on his face after his initial shock. He was already prepared to take advantage of the situation. Kill. Battle cries rang out from the heavens and the earth. Numerous spatial forces pressed down on Zichen. Zichen was not afraid of a late corporeal realm expert at all. Moreover, the spatial pressure did not affect Zichen's speed at all. However, there were many late corporeal realm experts around him. The spatial pressure greatly affected Zichen's speed. Then, the late corporeal realm experts charged forward. Numerous attacks arrived. Multicolored energy attacks with terrifying auras swept through the area and rushed towards Zichen. Zichen dodged once again. As he dodged, he rushed towards a late corporeal realm expert. Clang. After passing through the layers of attacks, Zichen arrived in front of a late corporeal realm expert. A sharp sword light pierced towards Zichen's chest. However, it was struck by a piece of armor, causing a clanging sound to erupt. Several scales where the tip of the sword had struck shattered. However, they had blocked the attack for Zichen. Chapter 1268. Blade light flashed, breaking all rules and destroying everything. Zichen had successfully killed a late corporeal realm expert. A one-hit kill. The price he had to pay was that the scales on his armor and stomach were shattered. It seemed like a small price to pay, but it meant that Zichen was no longer invincible. Moreover, the shattered scales on his armor also meant that the armor had been damaged and its effectiveness had greatly weakened. This was Zichen's current situation, but the crowd in the distance did not think so. They were all very shocked when they saw Zichen kill a late corporeal realm expert with one strike. One had to know that he was at most an early corporeal realm expert. Seeing this scene with their own eyes was enough to prove that Zichen had the qualifications to reach the peak of the late corporeal realm. He does have some skill. The evil-looking youth thought to himself. Just as he killed the late corporeal realm expert, a cold blade light containing the power of space slashed towards Zichen's back. Zichen had just dodged the first strike, but after his speed decreased, he was unable to dodge the second strike that followed. Bang! More scales on his armor shattered as a wave of energy broke through his defense and entered Zichen's body. However, it was neutralized by Zichen's powerful physique. Swoosh! Zichen's lightning wings flapped again as his body began to flicker. He borrowed the power of space to change his form, but when faced with numerous powerful and swift late-stage attacks, clanging sounds could be heard from Zichen's body from time to time. By the time Zichen's figure reappeared and successfully killed a second late corporeal realm expert, There were already many white spots on his constantly flapping lightning wings. These were all attacks that he could not dodge, so he used his lightning wings to block them. Surrounded by a group of late corporeal realm experts, Zichen was in danger at every turn. His expression became very serious, very cautious, and very careful. This was because the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death. The crowd in the distance was shocked by Zichen's powerful battle strength. Facing a group of late corporeal realm experts, Zichen was still able to fight back. To them, this was undoubtedly a miracle. They were incomparably moved and shocked. Ju Chong was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He didn't dare to step forward. He only dared to wait for Zichen to lose and pick up the scraps. Only a beast tamer would be able to easily handle such a situation. I didn't expect him to be able to handle it all by himself. The evil-looking young man's face was also filled with astonishment. Shangguan Hong was a little worried and decided to make a move. I don't need your help in this battle, and neither does Black Eagle. Zichen suddenly transmitted his voice. In this battle, he wanted to kill by himself and carve out a piece of heaven that belonged to him. If he could persevere until the end of this battle, then no one in the reality realm would come looking for trouble with him in the future. More importantly, Zichen wanted to use this battle to find a way to break through. At the same time, he wanted to intimidate that dangerous existence in the dark. Pu. The third late-stage corporeal realm expert was killed by Zichen, but the armor on his body had also shattered in many places. In the end, it reached its limit and broke apart. His armor shattered along with his shirt, revealing Zichen's firm bronze skin. The group of late corporeal realm experts seemed to have seen hope and increased the intensity of their attacks. Pu. Zichen's heart was cut by a blade. A very deep wound immediately appeared on his body, but it didn't reach his bones. Golden blood flowed out from the wound. The power of laws attached to the surface of Zichen's wound and began to destroy Zichen's life force. He's injured. He can't hold on any longer. The late-stage corporeal realm expert's face clearly showed joy as he shouted loudly. This was the suppression of laws. Even a small wound would be in danger of death if it wasn't treated in time. That was how Oda and Jesse had died that day. Zichen didn't dare to guarantee that this late-stage corporeal realm expert would be able to hold on until the end. However, he was certain that this late-stage corporeal realm expert would die prematurely. Pu. A pitch-black blade light flashed. The late-stage corporeal realm expert who couldn't retreat in time was cut down by Zichen. By now, Zichen had already killed 4 people. Although the death of a single late-stage corporeal realm expert would normally be shocking, there were simply too many late-stage corporeal realm experts gathered here today. Not only were they not afraid of the death of 4 people, they were even more bloodthirsty. Pu. Another blade landed on Zichen's back. This time, the late-stage corporeal realm expert's attack was clearly not weak. The wound this time was so deep that his bones could be seen. Moreover, the opponent had dodged in time. He didn't wait for Zichen to turn around before he disappeared and retreated. Pu. 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 One late-stage corporeal realm expert after another was beheaded by Zichen, becoming a soul under his blade. However, Zichen had also paid a great price for this. Many wounds had appeared on his body and golden blood continuously flowed out from them. It was a ghastly sight. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichen should be proud of himself for being able to hold on until now. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Zichen had reached the end of his life. There were many wounds on his body. Coupled with the suppression of laws, he looked like he was about to die. He's only in the early stage. He will consume more and more energy and his injuries will become more and more serious. Everyone, hold on. The late-stage corporeal realm expert who had left several wounds on Zichen shouted loudly to encourage the crowd. In fact, there was no need for that at all. At this point, no one would give up. Zichen's ghastly and constantly bleeding wounds were the greatest encouragement for them. After beheading another person, Zichen looked at the group of corporeal realm experts and grinned. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, making his smile look very sinister. Within the endless void, plentiful energy surged into his body. Among these energies, there was also a surge of destructive power and life force. The destructive power was constantly destroying the laws of reality that were trying to enter his body, while the life force was deeply healing Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen looked like he was in a sorry state, but his injuries weren't that serious. As long as he had enough energy, he could continue to fight. As for energy consumption, Zichen had the support of a world behind him. It was obvious that these people wouldn't be able to do as they wished if they wanted to exhaust his yuan energy and kill him. Covered in blood, Zichen charged towards a late-stage corporeal realm expert and beheaded him. Every time he killed someone, there would be many wounds on his body. However, he didn't care as he charged towards a second corporeal realm expert. At this moment, Zichen looked very miserable. His numerous wounds made it seem like he would die at any moment. However, in this half-dead state, Zichen persisted for another 15 minutes and killed another 6 people. He was still alive. However, his condition seemed to be a little sluggish. The late-stage corporeal realm experts hadn't retreated yet. They were still very confident as Zichen swung his blade again. More and more laws of reality entered his body. Like a high-speed machine, they worked cautiously and strictly on their own. It was once said that compared to Shangguan Hong, Zichen, who had comprehended the laws of nature, was like an amateur. However, this amateur knew all the tricks of a professional. He might not be as good as a professional, but he was definitely much better than a layman. At this moment, many of the laws of nature, such as the laws of water, wood, and other laws, were repairing his injuries. These laws were also repairing some of the hidden injuries on Zichen's body. Although Zichen was fighting alone and his realm was very low, he had the support of a world behind him. He also had the support of many powerful laws of reality. Although he wasn't immortal, it was still very difficult to kill him. Another quarter of an hour passed. Zichen still looked like he was on the verge of death, but this time, he had cut down 7 late-stage corporeal realm experts. In total, the number of late-stage corporeal realm experts that Zichen had killed had reached 20. There were still dozens of late-stage corporeal realm experts around him, and even more had rushed over. It was as if all the late-stage corporeal realm experts in Hupping City had gathered here at this moment. He won't last much longer. Everyone, hold on. A late-stage corporeal realm expert, who had obviously just arrived, cheered for everyone when he saw Zichen in such a state. Everyone else was speechless, and the spectators were even more speechless. Half an hour ago, Zichen had looked like he was on the brink of death. But now, not only was he still alive, more than 10 late corporeal realm experts had died. His injuries are so serious, and he's also being attacked by the laws of reality. He shouldn't be able to hold on any longer. The evil-looking youth's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The longer Zichen lasted, the more wary he became of Zichen. Zichen's movements had become somewhat mechanical. The frequency of his rapid transformations had decreased, but his attacks had become much more ruthless. Every time he struck, someone would die. How is this possible? He's still holding on. No, he's still the same. Why does he always look like he's about to die, but he never dies? The late-stage corporeal realm experts weren't the only ones who had discovered the abnormality. Even the spectators in the distance felt that something was wrong. Zichen was only at the mid-illusory realm. He was only at the early corporeal realm thanks to his thunder wings, but he was still only 3 meters tall. Moreover, every time he attacked, he used corporeal realm power. It was obvious that this would cause him to expend even more energy. However, more than 20 late-stage corporeal realm experts had died by now. Many of the late-stage corporeal realm experts who had been holding on earlier were showing signs of exhaustion, but Zichen was still holding on. From the looks of it, he hadn't expended any energy at all. The slaughter continued as more and more corpses piled up on the ground. The half-dead Zichen had not only not expended any energy, he had even become more energetic and his attacks had become even more incisive. It was at this moment that they finally realized that something was wrong with Zichen. Their expressions changed drastically. They had persisted in the face of Zichen's killing technique that killed one person with a single strike because they felt that they had a chance of killing Zichen. But now, after realizing that something was wrong with Zi Chen, they had lost their confidence. Once they lost their confidence, the group of late-stage corporeal realm experts no longer persisted and decided to flee. When one of them fled, the others followed suit. At this moment, the encirclement of the crowd against Zi Chen completely collapsed. The encirclement lasted for about 2 hours from the beginning to the end. During this time, more than 40 late-stage corporeal realm experts had died. Zi Chen didn't chase after the crowd as they fled. He gripped his blade and faced the sky as he shouted indifferently at the fleeing cultivators, "If I ever see you again, I will kill you without mercy." His words were sonorous and full of energy. He didn't seem to be injured at all. Moreover, some observant people could clearly see that Zi Chen's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The late-stage corporeal realm experts ran even faster. The mid-stage and early-stage corporeal realm experts also retreated far away. Chapter 1269. The everlasting pill cauldron devoured the corpses of the late corporeal realm experts and then swept away the corpses of the mid-corporeal realm experts. In the following period of time, the everlasting pill cauldron would refine all of these corpses and leave behind some useful items, such as the spirit ring. Zi Chen's killing style scared everyone out of their wits and they no longer dared to rashly approach him. Zi Chen stood in the air, his body covered in blood and wounds. It was a ghastly sight, but in this state, Zi Chen had killed dozens of late corporeal realm experts. The battle was over, and his wounds were healing at a visible rate. The law suppression that those corporeal realm experts had mentioned was a pure joke in front of Zi Chen. With the law of destruction, all the laws in the world could not erode Zi Chen's body. Buzz. Zi Chen's body released a dazzling golden light. Holding the blade, he looked like a god of war in the air. The golden light was very dazzling, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The dazzling golden light quickly receded, and a black robe appeared on Zi Chen's body. The bloodstains on his body had already dissipated. The brand new black robe covered the many wounds on Zi Chen's body. This made everyone unsure whether Zi Chen's injuries had fully healed or not, but in everyone's opinion, there was a high possibility that he had fully recovered. His cold eyes swept across, and the cultivators on the horizon all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. At this time, Zi Chen's indifferent expression changed, because he had discovered an acquaintance. Zi Chen saw Zhu Chong and also saw the rank 3 hunter badge on his body. With just a glance, Zi Chen guessed that the other party had come to pick up the loot. Zi Chen smiled. His smile became ferocious and cruel. In the distance, Zhu Chong was shocked. He could see the killing intent in Zi Chen's eyes. The others were also shocked, but when they remembered their own identities, they forced themselves to remain calm. However, in the next moment, Zi Chen walked towards them. Zhu Chong pretended to be relaxed and adjusted his armor. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face as he watched Zi Chen approach as if he was looking at an old friend. "My lord, epaulets, quickly put them on." A voice rang out from the side. A reality realm expert was the first to react. He immediately tore off the hunter badge on his body and took out the epaulets of the city army. After the reminder, Zhu Chong remembered that he was not wearing his epaulet. The smile on his face immediately changed. Then, he hurriedly put on the epaulet of the city army. After doing all this, he let out a sigh of relief. In fact, without the epaulet, he didn't think that Zi Chen would dare to kill him, but what if Zi Chen really did kill him? He couldn't gamble with his life, so he would rather put on his epaulets. At this moment, Zi Chen approached Zhu Chong. "Hello, Zi Chen." Zhu Chong greeted Zi Chen calmly with a forced smile on his face. The others also felt a lot of pressure. After all, the scene of Zi Chen killing people was still vivid in their minds. Zi Chen looked at Zhu Chong and said indifferently, "Actually, you don't have to worry. I won't kill you even if you don't put on this epaulet." Without waiting for Zhu Chong to breathe a sigh of relief, Zi Chen continued, "But I will torture you. I will torture you so painfully that you'll wish you were dead." The smile on Zhu Chong's face froze. The expressions of the others also changed instantly. Zi Chen was definitely threatening them, but at this moment, no one dared to reprimand him as city army soldiers. They could only secretly rejoice that they had changed their epaulets in time. Zichen glanced at the people who hadn't left yet, then looked at Ju Chong and asked, "They're here because of you, right?" "What do you mean?" Ju Chong pretended to be puzzled and surprised. Zichen smiled coldly. His smile caused the chill in Ju Chong's heart to grow even stronger. "The battle is over." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. It was a group of people flying over from afar. It was a group of city army soldiers. The leader was Wang Jun, followed closely by Hazy and the others. They were heading straight for Zichen. Obviously, they had come to help after hearing the news. Wang Jun glanced at Ju Chong and his face immediately became angry. He said angrily, "Ju Chong, were you the one who arranged for us to go out?" "What do you mean?" Ju Chong looked at Wang Jun in confusion. "HMPH, stop pretending. We just came back and won't have any missions for a while. So why did you send us out again this time?" Wang Jun asked coldly. It turned out that after hearing that someone had betrayed Zichen, they had come to provide support. But coincidentally, at this moment, orders were passed down from above, and they were actually ordered to patrol the city. Ju Chong naturally refused to admit it. If he did, he would probably die. Zichen didn't want to pursue this matter. He glanced at Ju Chong and said indifferently, "Let's forget about this. Let's talk about something else." "Something else? What is it?" Ju Chong was confused. "TMPH, to your physical space or to Big Brother Wang Jun's?" Zichen said indifferently. Ju Chong's expression changed, but facing Zichen's cold eyes, he could only say, "Let's go to Wang Jun's physical space." The three of them entered Wang Jun's physical space. "Take it out." Wang Jun took out half a jade slip and looked at Ju Chong. "I didn't bring it," Ju Chong said. Zichen glanced at Ju Chong and said coldly, "Don't worry, no one will kill you, and no one will steal your things." "How can I trust you?" Ju Chong asked. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago." Zichen replied indifferently. Ju Chong's expression changed, as if he was considering the gains and losses. After a while, his expression relaxed and he took out the jade slip. Right now, he had already made up his mind. As long as Zichen dared to snatch his things, he would give them to Zichen for free. However, as long as he returned alive, he would pass the news to his father and grandfather. If he didn't have a good time, then everyone would have a bad time. Zichen didn't know that Ju Chong had so many thoughts in his mind. At this moment, all his attention was on the jade slip. The two jade slips merged and released a bright light. A small screen of light rushed out and projected a map in midair. The map was divided into two parts. One part showed the general environment and was very clear, while the other part was relatively blurry and constantly changing. It was clearly the first time Ju Chong and Wang Jun saw it. The two stared at the map, trying to memorize the entire map. Unfortunately, even if they memorized the outer area, it was useless if they couldn't remember the inner area. The blurry map should only appear when they reached the destination. Zichen memorized the outer area map, but he didn't know where it was. The map in front of them dissipated and the light screen disappeared. The jade slips returned to their hands. "Do you know where it is?" Zichen asked. Ju Chong didn't speak. Wang Jun's expression became very serious. After a while, he said, looking at the outermost terrain, "It seems to be the Hengduan mountain range." The Hengduan mountain range. It was the first time Zichen had heard of this place. The Hengduan mountain range is very famous in Huping City. Most of the battle beasts living there are mutated and very powerful. Most importantly, the entire Hengduan mountain range is like a natural array. If one isn't a great array master, it's very easy to get lost in there. Wang Jun said, looking at the records on the map, "It's obvious that we have to go deeper into the Hengduan mountain range. We might even have to go through it. It's very dangerous." Ju Chong had already put away half of the jade slip. He nodded and said, "That's right. If we really go there, then we have to be fully prepared. Although it's dangerous, a late-stage corporeal realm expert can still be careful." What Ju Chong meant was that he didn't want a domain realm expert to join them. Whether it was Zichen or Wang Jun, both of them had domain realm experts behind them. This was Ju Chong's concern. All right, send me out. We'll set off together when we're fully prepared, Ju Chong said again. Wang Jun glanced at Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded and opened the corporeal space. Ju Chong left. That place is indeed very dangerous. Even some domain realm experts will get lost if they rashly enter, Wang Jun said after Ju Chong left. Zi Chen nodded and said, there's no hurry. What do you plan to do next? Wang Jun asked. Zi Chen said, I came here to gain experience. Naturally, I'll continue to gain experience. At the very least, I won't be going back for a very long time. Wang Jun nodded and said, Ju Chong will probably find some strong helpers when he goes back this time. It'll definitely take a long time. Therefore, you still have a lot of time. It's better to improve your strength as soon as possible. The two left the corporeal space. Wang Jun and the others bid farewell to Zi Chen. They had come to support Zi Chen this time. Since Zi Chen was fine, they would also leave. Zi Chen still had to go with Shong Guanhong to gain experience. After everyone left, Shong Guanhong asked curiously, what were you guys talking about? It seemed so mysterious. Nothing. We were just settling some personal grudges. Shong Guanhong clearly did not believe him. Of course. Back then, he almost killed me. This is a personal grudge, Zi Chen said. Shong Guanhong glanced at Zi Chen. She did not see any clues from his face. Then, she slowly said, 500 years ago, the two of them fought in Hupping City. Several city guards died. This was a serious violation of the rules. One of them was banished and the other imprisoned. You should know about this, right? Zi Chen nodded and said, I heard about it from Wang Jun. Shong Guanhong continued, then do you know that the two of them originally had no grudges at all? However, one day, they broke the rules of Hupping City and fought. After that, the city guards asked for the reason, but the reason was only a small matter. It could even be said to be a misunderstanding. Zi Chen looked at Shong Guanhong and asked, what are you trying to say? Shong Guanhong's smile was somewhat meaningful. Do you think that the two captains would fight because of a misunderstanding? Moreover, some people died that day. According to our investigation, there were two early corporeal realm experts among the dead. They were subordinates of the two captains and had a good relationship with each other. Just before they died, the two captains went out for a period of time. Shong Guanhong stopped and looked into Zi Chen's eyes. She said, you should know something, right? Zi Chen shook his head to show that he did not know. In fact, his heart was already filled with shock. Shong Guanhong did not continue to ask. Instead, she said, it's fine if you don't know. We stopped investigating Hunter's Castle back then. It's not a big deal to have some secrets. Chapter 1270. What's going on? Zi Chen asked when he saw Shong Guanhong's strange expression. He was trying to change the topic. The auction is about to begin, Shong Guanhong said while looking at her communication bead. What auction? Zi Chen was puzzled. An auction for the Void Tree. It's still that. What does that have to do with us? Don't tell me you want to go back and take a look. It's just a Void Tree. We can only see it but not obtain it. It's better not to see it. Zi Chen had killed many corporeal realm experts this time. The wealth he had on him added up to an extremely large sum. It was enough to make many corporeal realm experts envious, but it was undoubtedly a dream to bid for the Void Tree. I naturally don't care about the Void Tree, but the person who sent the message. Shong Guanhong's slender eyebrows twitched slightly. There's something wrong with that person. It's Wu Xie. Zi Chen was somewhat surprised. It's that undying body. He actually sent you a message. You two have a very good relationship. It's SOSO. Shong Guanhong replied indifferently, but her expression was somewhat anxious. What happened? Zi Chen noticed that her expression was not right. He sent me a message now, so it shouldn't be just about the auction. I'm guessing that he might have heard some news and come here in advance. Perhaps, he's nearby watching us. Shong Guanhong finally voiced the worry in her heart. At this moment, Zi Chen suddenly recalled the dangerous aura he had sensed earlier. It had not appeared since then. Could it be that he was Wu Xie? Judging from Shang Guanhong's expression, she was clearly very wary of Wu Xie. He was a very strong person who could not die. If he wanted to find trouble with someone, then that person would definitely not have an easy time. Through Shang Guanhong's expression, Zi Chen guessed that there was an inexplicable relationship between the two of them. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll go ahead alone. You can go back first." Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about you. This person is unscrupulous in his actions, and he has clearly expressed his interest in me in many public places in Hunter's Castle. If he knows that we are together, I'm afraid that he will do something to harm you. But we're just going to train together." Zi Chen was a little allergic to the word together, so he immediately replied. But he might not think so. Seeing Zi Chen's serious expression, Shang Guanhong suddenly smiled mysteriously. Zi Chen's expression changed, but it was only because he was a little afraid of Wu Xie. More importantly, it was because he was thinking about how to get along with Shang Guanhong. From the looks of it, Shang Guanhong had no intention of leaving. She might even have the intention of pitting him against Wu Xie to determine who was better. At the moment, Zi Chen couldn't think of any good ideas. He could only say, "This is Elder Ling's arrangement. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when we get back. Since we're already here and you don't have to leave first, let's continue going deeper." Shang Guanhong nodded, and the smile on his face grew even wider. The two men and one eagle continued to venture deeper. Humph! A cold snort sounded from the forest. Wu Xie walked out from it. He watched the two leave, his teeth clenched. "A reckless brat, a slut," Wu Xie said fiercely, but he didn't continue to chase after them. To be honest, he was very shocked by Zi Chen's strength. But he wasn't afraid of Zi Chen. However, with Shang Guanhong beside him, it would be difficult for him to kill Zi Chen. After all, there were rules in Hunter's Castle. He couldn't kill his own people indiscriminately. Therefore, he decided to return. Zi Chen and Shang Guanhong began their training journey. The training this time was nothing more than killing beasts on sight. Previously, a flame python that had just broken through to the spiritual level had forced Zi Chen to fight the black eagle with his life. Now, Zi Chen could suppress a spiritual level beast with just the strength of the emptiness realm. This strength was due to the 10 billion resources Zi Chen had consumed and the changes in the entire void space. This allowed Zi Chen to have the strength to fight for a long time. He could also freely deploy any type of law he needed. During this time, the two of them talked and laughed. Their relationship was no longer unfamiliar. Zi Chen was still training in the mountains. After a period of planning, the auction in Hupping City officially began. This time, almost everyone who participated in the auction was at the domain realm. Only a few reality realms with special identities had the hope of coming to watch. During this time, many domain realms with status came. Among them were Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, Lord Wu, and the others from Hunter's Castle. Commander Zhu also came. What was even more surprising was that the mayor's mansion had also sent a steward to participate in the auction. This was a very high-standard auction. All the items on display could be used by the domain realm. The starting price of all the items in the auction was calculated in terms of domain fragments. A domain fragment was equivalent to 100 million lore fragments. The domain realm was considered an extremely special realm in the Earth realm. After entering this realm, one would have their own world. Then, one would have to carefully manage and expand this world. The strength of a domain realm expert was also related to the size of the world. Even the mayor of Hupping City was only at the domain realm. It wasn't just Hupping City. Every mayor in the 108 cities of Shuntian Prefecture was at the domain realm. Only the legendary mayor was said to be in existence that surpassed the domain realm. The auction started and strange items were sold one after another. During this time, the wealthy Hunter's Castle made the most bids. During this time, many domain realms didn't make a move. They were waiting for the void tree to appear at the end. The reality realms who had come to watch the show were also waiting. Finally, the auction came to an end. The auctioneer's face was filled with a sweet smile. She introduced, "Next up is the last item, the void tree. As soon as she finished speaking, the auction house became extremely silent. The starting price for this void tree is 100 domain fragments, the beautiful female cultivator said. The silent scene instantly caused an uproar. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. This was because the starting price was equivalent to 10 billion. It was really too low. How can this be? An indifferent voice came from a private room. It was obviously a big shot who had spoken. 10 billion sounds like a lot, but it's actually only 100 domain fragments, Mingzhu said indifferently in a room exclusive to the upper echelons of Hunter's Castle. In the world of domain realms, only domain fragments were worth trading. As for reality realm fragments, they were useless to them and they rarely used them. 10 billion wasn't a lot for people of their level. They felt that it was too cheap to auction off a void tree. However, if it was used to nurture a void realm expert, everyone felt that it was too expensive to accept. The beautiful female cultivator smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. This void tree isn't in good condition, nor is it healthy. It has some problems. Everyone, please take a look." The female cultivator pointed at the void with her slender finger. A small world seemed to open there, and a 1-meter-tall tree appeared. The tree's roots were stuck in the void. The exposed parts were very rough and had already dried up. The entire tree was yellowed and covered in soil. It was dead gray and lifeless. As for the void tree, it was obvious that it had stopped working. In other words, it had lost its original function. It looked like a dead tree. The void tree had actually died. At this moment, more than 99% of the domain realm experts were shocked. As for the reality realm experts, they felt even more disbelief. Then, they began to discuss loudly, their voices gradually growing louder. "What is this thing? It's just a withered void tree. How dare it ask for 10 billion? It must be crazy for money. This is the first time I've heard of a void tree dying." Compared to the few reality realm experts in the hall, all the domain realm experts fell silent or were deep in thought. Obviously, they had seen enough and naturally didn't think that this matter was so simple. The beautiful female cultivator raised her slender and fair right hand. The noisy discussion in the hall gradually died down. Her light voice rang out. "There are indeed some problems with this void tree, but it's not at the point of death yet. It only needs a few thunder drops of life to revive it and let it shine with the glory it should have." The hall fell into a deathly silence. On one hand, it was because the void tree could be revived. On the other hand, it was because many people had never heard of the thunder drop of life before. The thunder drop of life was indeed a rare term. More than 99% of the domain realm experts present had never heard of it, let alone the reality realm experts. Thunder drop of life? Is there such a thing in this world? Ling Xing asked doubtfully. Ming Zhu, who was beside him, said faintly, "Who knows? It's just like how you believe that a void tree that can take root in the void will wither and die." Besides the two of them, there were 4 other domain realm experts in the room. The other 3 people were also very puzzled. A moment later, their gazes fell on Lord Wu. In terms of cultivation level, Lord Wu was the highest. In terms of knowledge, Lord Wu was also the most knowledgeable. "It's actually the thunder drop of life," Lord Wu said with a sigh. "There really is such a thing." Everyone was very surprised. The thunder drop of life, also known as the tear of life, is a very rare thing that comes from the void. It is said that it is a tear that fell from the void. Although it is not as valuable as the void tree, it is still a miraculous thing that can revive the dead. While Lord Wu was explaining, the female cultivator on the auction stage said the same thing. Then, the auction began. Regardless of whether anyone could obtain the thunder drop of life, the fact that the void tree could be revived was enough to prove its value. As for whether they needed it or whether they could find it, that was something that they would have to worry about in the future. Then, the bidding started. The starting bid was 100 yuan, and each bid was increased by 10 yuan. 150 yuan. A voice was heard from a private room. 160 yuan, 180 yuan. 200 yuan. Then, other bids were heard one after another. Just as the auction was going on, a young man in purple robes sat in a separate box above the auction hall. He looked down quietly and listened to the calls for bids. Chapter 1271. 500. 550, 560, 700. The auction continued as more and more domain realm experts made their bids. The value of a void tree that was about to wither had reached tens of billions. This number was enough to shock many corporeal realm experts and make many domain realm experts frown. 800. 1,000. When the number passed 1,000, only a few famous people with a lot of resources remained. For example, the old family of Hupping City, the Jew family, was still holding on. However, when the number reached 1,000, they seemed a little weak, but they didn't back down. 1,100. An old voice rang out. This old man was from the City Lord mansion and represented the City Lord. 1,200. A faint voice rang out. This was probably a representative sent by some important person in the army. 1,300. Another seemingly casual voice rang out. This time, it came from Hunter's Castle. In comparison, only the Hunter's Castle was richer. Of course, the city's army was also one of them. After all, the true manager of the city's army was the mansion lord of each mansion. Therefore, there were also people in the city's army who could compete with the city lord. As the price continued to rise, some of the smaller forces gradually withdrew. Only the three major forces remained. Among them, Hunter's Castle was the calmest. 2,000. This was Ling Xing's voice. Until now, Lord Wu hadn't made a bid. In the other two rooms, the people bidding were still sending messages. A mere 2,000 was nothing to the forces behind them. However, they needed to care about the thunder droplet of life. If they couldn't obtain it, then the withered void tree was useless. 3,000. Ling Xing's voice rang out again. 3,001. 3,002. After a slight pause, two more voices rang out. 3,500. Ling Xing said. 3,600. 3,700. Two more forces followed. 4,000. This was Ling Xing's voice. 4,500. It was Ling Xing's voice again. 5,000. It was still Ling Xing's voice. 6,000. This was an unfamiliar and aged voice that belonged to Lord Wu. This time, the other two factions were silent for a long time. Just as the auctioneer was about to decide who would be auctioned, a voice rang out, 6,100. 6,500. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Wu spoke again. This time, there was an even longer silence. 6,500 going once. 6,500 going twice. 6,500 going thrice, sold. As the hammer fell, the auction ended. Many gasps could be heard. Was it worth it to spend 650 billion to buy a withered void tree? The answer was definitely not. However, if they could really find the thunderdrop of life and save the void tree, this deal would undoubtedly be a huge profit. Compared to the three forces, Hunter's Castle had the most connections. Perhaps they would really be able to find a lightning drop of life. After the transaction ended, Hunter's Castle's people handed over the realm fragments. Then, Ling Xing went to bring the withered void tree back. There's still a trace of life energy left, but it can't heal itself. However, it can ensure its survival, Ling Xing said after carefully sensing it. Let's bring it back to the castle first. Lord Wu instructed. Then, the group left. As soon as they walked out of the door, people came out from other rooms. They were the people from the previous two factions. When they saw each other, they nodded and left. The people in the auction house left one after another. Some of the insiders began to get busy. The beautiful auctioneer went straight to the top floor after calculating the profits of the auction. There was a knock on the purple-robed man's door. A calm voice rang out. "Sir, this is the profit from the auction." The female cultivator walked up to the man and took out a spirit ring. Looking at the female cultivator, the purple-robed man's expression was a bit strange. He pointed at the seat beside him and said, "Sit." The female cultivator sat down uneasily. After taking the spirit ring, the man didn't inspect it. He seemed to be very confident in her. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Does your lord have any other orders?" A trace of panic flashed across the female cultivator's face. Then, she shook her head. The purple-robed man's smile had an additional trace of lust. He took advantage of the situation and pressed the woman down. The female cultivator let out a low cry and began to struggle. A moment later, a strange panting sound rang out in the room. Everything had been arranged, and the woman had done it willingly. It was obvious that when the purple-robed man left, he would obtain a considerable amount of wealth that would make countless people go crazy with envy. When they returned to Hunter's Castle, the group of domain realm cultivators began to look at the void tree. The others went to look for ancient books or issue missions related to the Thunder Drop of Life. The Thunder Drop of Life only appears in the void, and these things can only be obtained by domain realm cultivators. It's useless to issue missions, Lord Wu said indifferently after learning about this matter. We still have to try, Ling Xing said. You don't have to worry about this matter. I plan to enter the void and try my luck. I haven't been out for so many years. This time, it's a good time to walk around. A trace of surprise appeared on his face when he heard that Lord Wu wanted to search for it himself. Just as the two were discussing some details, a reality realm cultivator walked in from outside and said, "My lords, there's a person outside. He says he knows something about the Thunder Drop of Life." What? The two's expressions changed. He says he knows something about the Thunder Drop of Life, the man repeated. Bring him here, Lord Wu reacted. Whether it was true or not, he naturally wanted to see it. The reality realm cultivator left and quickly brought a purple-robed man to the void tree. After arriving, the purple-robed man observed his surroundings. At the same time, he appeared to be very calm. Do you know where the Thunder Drop of Life is? The purple-robed man's casual attitude displeased Ling Xing. He asked directly. The purple-robed man withdrew his gaze and nodded. Of course. This time, I'm here for the Thunder Drop of Life. Lord Wu looked at him and said indifferently, What do you want in return? The purple-robed man smiled and said, I don't want any reward. On the contrary, I'll give you a generous reward. Just as the two were slightly stunned, the purple-robed man said, I want to issue a mission related to the Thunder Drop of Life. However, this is a secret mission. I don't want too many people to know about it. What are the details of the mission? Ling Xing asked. The purple-robed man smiled mysteriously and said, I think you should be most concerned about the reward for the mission. Reward? What kind of reward can you give us? Ling Xing glanced at the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man was only a reality realm cultivator. He was displeased by the man's tone. The purple-robed man flipped his hand and took out a small, shriveled ball. It was only the size of a walnut and looked like the seed of some kind of tree. However, it was dried up. Ling Xing didn't recognize this item, but he didn't evaluate it as worthless. He only looked at Lord Wu in confusion. The purple-robed man's expression became very solemn, even grave. There was a trace of shock and disbelief in his eyes. Such an obvious change in expression clearly proved that this item was extraordinary. It seems you've recognized it. How about it? The reward should be very generous, right? The purple-robed man smiled. Lord Wu took a deep breath and calmed his expression. He looked at the purple-robed man and said, The void tree is yours. Smart. The purple-robed man snapped his fingers. Ling Xing looked at the purple-robed man in surprise. It's yours, and you know about the Thunder Drop of Life. Since you're willing to sell it, it means you have more on you. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and search your soul? Lord Wu asked. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. However, I believe you won't, the purple-robed man said. Why? Because of Hunter's Castle's reputation? Lord Wu asked with a smile. The purple-robed man shook his head and said, No. This so-called reputation is useless to me. It's because of the rules. There are very few rules in Hunter's Castle. As he spoke, another item appeared in the purple-robed man's hand. It was a golden medallion. It looked like an ordinary Hunter King's medallion. Even the markings on it were the same. However, as the stewards of this place, the two of them naturally knew some of the characteristics of the medallion. Ling Xing's expression changed. He cried out in surprise, "This is the Heaven's Sanctum hunting medallion." The Heaven's Sanctum hunting medallion represented Shuntian Prefecture. It was also one of the most powerful medallions in Hunter's Castle. This kind of medallion rarely appeared in the world. However, when it did, it was bound to cause a huge uproar. The two of them took the medallion and examined it carefully. This was a medallion that had existed for a very long time. Although it still shone with a golden light, the soul power on it had long since dissipated. This meant that the medallion's owner had died. However, this was the most powerful Heaven's Sanctum hunting medallion. Even if its owner had died, it was still valid in Hunter's Castle. Even the descendants of the medallion could request Hunter's Castle to do something for them. This was because every cultivator who received a Heaven's Sanctum hunting medallion had made a great contribution to Hunter's Castle. This contribution was enough to take care of their descendants even after they died. This purple-robed man was only in the corporeal realm. It was obvious that one of his ancestors was such a great figure. "So you're one of us. What do you want us to do?" Lord Wu's attitude had clearly changed. The purple-robed man put away the medallion and smiled. "I don't want you to do anything. I said before that I would give you a mission, and this is the reward. I can give you the reward in advance, but I want you to do your best to complete the mission. Don't worry. Even if there's no reward, we'll do our best just because of the medallion," Ling Xing promised. "All right then. I need a few young people with powerful battle strength. They can only be below the domain realm. I need to open a place. I know that every Hunter's Castle will look for special existences. I need people like that," the purple-robed man said. "No problem. I'll immediately call all the senior hunters back. As for the number of people, you can choose as you wish." Chapter 1272. Shangguan Hong took out the message. When she saw the contents, her expression changed. "What's wrong?" Beside her, Zi Chen, who had just killed a spirit-grade battle beast, was dealing with the corpse. He cut off some of the delicious meat to be roasted in the future. When he noticed Shangguan Hong's abnormality, he asked. "Old Ling wants us to go back," said Shangguan Hong. "Go back? When?" "Now, immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen?" Zi Chen looked at Shangguan Hong. Shangguan Hong shook her head. "I'm not sure." "That's good. We've gained a lot from this experience. Let's go back and rest for a while." Zi Chen nodded. The two began to return. On the third day after the auction, the survivors who had surrounded and killed Zi Chen returned. At the same time, the early corporeal realm cultivators who had come to watch the show returned. News of Zi Chen's crazy massacre spread throughout Hupping City. There had been rumors a few days ago, but not many people believed that Zi Chen had gone on a crazy killing spree, or even killed those above his level. However, with the return of many people involved, the news spread at the fastest speed. For a time, the entire Hupping City was talking about this matter. Compared to Zi Chen's killing spree, the void tree after the auction was no longer as attractive. "What? You don't believe me? I saw it with my own eyes," said an early corporeal realm cultivator in a tavern. "Only a fool would believe you. He's just a mid-virtual realm cultivator. Even if he had a supreme treasure to raise his strength to the early corporeal realm, how could he kill those in the late corporeal realm?" Someone retorted sarcastically. "I saw it with my own eyes," said the early corporeal realm cultivator. "You saw it with your own eyes, but we didn't see it with our own eyes. Unless you have evidence." "Evidence?" The early corporeal realm cultivator hesitated. "What? You don't have any evidence, right?" The sarcastic voice sounded again. The early corporeal realm cultivator shook his head and said, "Of course I have evidence, but I risked my life to obtain it. If I let you see it like this, wouldn't I suffer a great loss?" He suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Believe it or not, the evidence is right there. I'll keep it for myself." The surrounding cultivators were startled at first, then curiosity appeared on their faces. However, their faces were soon filled with disdain. Obviously, everyone understood what the reality meant. "Name your price," someone said. The early-stage corporeal realm expert wasn't a hypocrite either. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said, "Everyone here, I'll give you 10,000 each. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I promise that the thing in my hands will be an eye-opener for all of you, because this is the visual proof of a massacre." 10,000 was equivalent to one reality fragment, so everyone could accept it. After hearing the early reality fragment, everyone agreed and handed over enough lore fragments. The cultivator didn't lie. In the next moment, he took out a crystal ball and said, "I risked my life to get this. Look carefully." Everyone stared at the crystal ball with wide eyes. Following the injection of a trace of energy, the crystal ball began to glow, and a scene appeared within it. That was the moment Zi Chen's eyes shot out gold and silver light. Then, he leapt into the air. Without further ado, the slaughter began. In the crystal ball, no one could see Zi Chen's figure. They could only see heads flying in the air and corpses falling to the ground. The tavern was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the crystal ball. Even their breaths were held. The slaughter continued. Finally, the group of mid-corporeal realm cultivators began to retreat. Then, the group of late corporeal realm cultivators surrounded him. Everyone's expression became tense because the most crucial part had arrived. Many late corporeal realm cultivators began to use the power of space to suppress Zi Chen. Zi Chen's speed was greatly reduced. Then, an earth-shattering attack enveloped Zi Chen. A long sword struck Zi Chen's chest. Zi Chen had chopped off the head of a mid-corporeal realm cultivator with a single slash. The nervous crowd burst into an uproar. Someone sighed, "Heavens, he actually killed a late corporeal realm cultivator with a single slash." The others nodded in agreement. The original early corporeal realm cultivator said disdainfully, "This is nothing. The real show is yet to come." The scene continued. After the first person died, a second and a third person's head was chopped off one after the other. Zi Chen's armor shattered. The others watched anxiously and worriedly. More late corporeal realm cultivators died. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Zi Chen began to get injured. The number of injuries on his body increased. Gradually, he became covered in scars. He looked very miserable and his wounds were shocking. However, even more late corporeal realm cultivators were killed. Zi Chen had finally reached a state where he was on the brink of death. The real show had arrived. Zi Chen began his mad slaughter. Corpses fell one after another. Zi Chen's condition was the same as before. In the end, Zi Chen killed the group of late corporeal realm cultivators until they were scared out of their wits. The early corporeal realm cultivators had personally experienced the scene. However, they still felt the same thrilling feeling when they watched it again. How was it? I wasn't lying, right? When the scene ended, everyone was still in a state of shock and daze. The early corporeal realm cultivator who was the first to react spoke with a proud expression. However, the proud expression on his face quickly froze. He looked around and saw that the tavern, which had only had a dozen people a moment ago, was now packed with people. Everyone seemed to have turned to stone as they stared at the crystal ball that had long since disappeared. Not good. We've lost big time. Hurry up and close the door. We'll charge. The early corporeal realm cultivator rushed forward to block the door. Scenes like this had already played out in many places. There were still many people with business acumen like the early corporeal realm cultivator. The purple-clothed man happened to be in the tavern. His expression also changed when he saw the scene in the video. This is the heavenly thunder wings that the Thunder Clan lost a long time ago. A strange light flashed through the purple-clothed man's eyes. This person is also extremely powerful. If he joins us this time, our chances of success will be even greater. As the video spread, the news about Zi Chen also spread. At the same time, the debate about Zi Chen also spread. For example, why did Zi Chen possess an inexhaustible amount of energy after forcefully increasing his cultivation? Why was he not corroded by the laws despite his serious injuries? These were all suspicious points and the subject of debate. At the same time, a close-up video was sent to Hunter's castle and then placed in Lord Wu's hands. It could be said that Zi Chen was the person who had spent the most resources on a small cultivation in history. Therefore, he received the attention of the upper echelons. The original 4 domain realm cultivators sat in the same conference room and watched the video together. After the video finished playing, the 4 of them fell into silence. Although they were silent, their emotions were fluctuating greatly. How was it? How was my 10 billion investment? Ling Xing asked proudly as he looked at Ming Zhu and the other domain realm cultivator. The 2 of them glanced at Ling Xing, but couldn't say a word. Zi Chen had only increased his cultivation by 1 small cultivation level, yet he already possessed such powerful combat strength. He was completely worthy of this expenditure. Powerful and exciting. Lord Wu concluded. Of course. I knew that he was extraordinary when I saw him casually slaughter the early-stage corporeal realm cultivators. I would be willing to invest 100 billion in a person like him, let alone 10 billion. Plus, his combat strength isn't any weaker than those special existences. He might even be comparable to a higher life form. Ling Xing said proudly, think about it. If we used resources to raise Zi Chen to the domain realm, what kind of concept would that be? He would definitely be able to kill enemies above his level. Do you think he would still care about resources at that time? Without resources, he could just find a random domain realm cultivator and kill them. Ling Xing was very proud. Lord Wu nodded repeatedly, but the expressions of the other 2 domain realm cultivators became very unnatural and ugly. This time, Zi Chen killed more than 40 late-stage corporeal realm cultivators. Let's not talk about the mid-stage corporeal realm cultivators first. The wealth that Zi Chen obtained this time is probably in the hundreds of millions. Shongguan Hong also told me that Zi Chen also obtained a great harvest from killing spirit-grade battle beasts. The total harvest this time is probably in the hundreds of millions. Ling Xingyi looked at the 2 cultivators with ugly expressions and said, every time he goes out, he can obtain hundreds of millions of wealth. Do you think he won't be able to pay back a mere 10 billion? Also, don't forget that he's only in the void realm now. He still has a long way to go. Resources are nothing in his eyes. He then said sarcastically, think about him and then think about you. When you were at his level, did you have his achievements? Also, Lord Wu interrupted Ling Xing when he saw that there was no end to his pride. Alright, that's enough. We now know that Zi Chen is extraordinary. What we need to do is to protect Zi Chen and not let anything happen to him. The 2 of them nodded with ugly expressions. Ling Xing also nodded and said seriously, actually, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you too. The 2's expressions relaxed and Ling Xing continued, I was just too happy and couldn't help but say a few more words. Haha, who told me to have a pair of discerning eyes? Haha, haha, Ling Xing's laughter rang out in the meeting room. The 2's expressions, which had just relaxed, naturally became ugly again. Lord Wu looked at Ling Xing and shook his head with a smile. He was also very happy, but he didn't laugh because he thought about the feelings of the 2 beside him. Now, what we need to do is to let Zi Chen have a sense of belonging to Hunter's Castle. We need to protect him and prevent people with ill intentions from attacking him. Lord Wu said after a moment. If we really want to protect him, then it'll be fine if we don't let him leave the city. I don't think anyone in Hupping City would dare to assassinate Zi Chen in the city. Ming Zhu was the first to speak. That's right. Therefore, Zi Chen doesn't need to participate in this mission at all. Ling Xing said. On this point, the 4 of them were surprisingly in agreement. Just as the news about Zi Chen was spreading like wildfire, the person involved, Zi Chen, finally rushed back with Shangguan Hong. Chapter 1273. Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong descended from the flying boat. There were many cultivators around them. Some were about to leave on the flying boat, while others had just returned. When these people saw Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong, their expressions immediately changed. Zi Chen's massacre had already spread throughout Hupping City. The video of that massacre had been seen countless times. Now, almost all the cultivators in Hupping City knew of a powerful existence like Zi Chen. In many people's eyes, Zi Chen was already synonymous with invincible in the corporeal realm. At this moment, after seeing Zi Chen descend from the sky with their own eyes, A small commotion broke out in the surroundings. Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong saw an acquaintance in the crowd. It was the female cultivator who had looked down on Zi Chen and deliberately targeted him in the precious weapon pavilion. After that, Shangguan Hong appeared and made her leave the precious weapon pavilion. Before she left, she acted extremely low-key in front of Zi Chen. However, she managed to make an enemy out of the city's central army for Zi Chen, and she also successfully made an ally out of the city's central army, Iwai. Iwai was part of the city's army and Zhu Chong's subordinate. He was doing well in Hupping City. She had a good time with Iwai, but who would have thought that after a few days, Iwai would be killed by Zi Chen. Zi Chen's reputation also rose at that time. After Iwai's death, she could only find someone else to survive. Today, she saw Zi Chen in the crowd. After a year, the existence she had disdained and deliberately targeted had become a high and mighty figure. She had no choice but to look up to him. When Shangguan Hong saw her in the crowd, she did not have much of an expression on her face. She did not even have the intention to greet her. She just left. Zi Chen also ignored her. Perhaps her fate had changed because of him, but she only had herself to blame for all of this. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd would look at them and then discuss spiritedly. It seems that your deeds have spread throughout Hupping City and caused quite a stir, Shangguan Hong said with a smile. Zi Chen rubbed his nose and said, maybe, but I'm still not used to the feeling of being watched. You'll get used to it slowly. I'm afraid not, because I'm still not used to it even after 1,000 years. Zi Chen had undoubtedly become an important figure in Hunter's Castle after displaying his invincible and corporeal realm battle prowess. Thus, news of his arrival had reached the city. A short moment later, a group of cultivators walked out of the Hunter's Castle and flew out of the city to welcome Zi Chen. At the city gate, a group of hunters greeted them. The leader was Wade, who was familiar with Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen arrive, Wade stepped forward and bowed, respectfully shouting, "Greetings, my lord." Behind him, the others also shouted in unison. Zi Chen knew that the other party was joking, so he immediately laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Don't give me that." Wade also smiled and said, "This is not a joke. Your battle prowess has shaken Hupping City. Now, you are a real adult. All right, let's go." More and more gazes were cast on him from all directions. All kinds of undisguised emotions and gazes fell on him, making him feel very uncomfortable. There were many cultivators in and out of the city who rushed over after hearing the news. Now, Zi Chen had become a celebrity, but he was not used to it. Wade nodded at Shangguan Hong, and then the group made way for Zi Chen and the others to enter the city. "Elder Ling, why did you suddenly call us back? Is there something urgent?" Zi Chen asked. Wade shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure. Has anything special happened in the city recently?" Zi Chen asked again. "Nothing big. It's just that a tree of void was auctioned, but it's about to wither. The final price was 650 billion. What? 650 billion? And it's about to wither?" Zi Chen's face was full of surprise. Shangguan Hong seemed to have known about it and was not surprised at all. She glanced at Zi Chen and explained, 650 billion is only 6,500 realm fragments. If it's an intact tree of void, you might not be able to buy it even at 10 times the price. The tree of void is not dead, and there are ways to save it. They chatted all the way back to Hunter's Castle. Strangely, Elder Ling did not summon the two of them. In Wade's words, the two of them were already very tired from going out and should rest first. Shangguan Hong did not stay in Hunter's Castle. After saying goodbye to Zi Chen, she went back. Now that the two of them had a good relationship, Shangguan Hong invited Zi Chen to come to Treasure Pavilion when he was free. After returning to his room, Zi Chen took a hot bath and then lay on his bed to rest. In the Zhanwu continent, it was almost a luxury to have a good night's sleep. Wu Xie had returned a long time ago, but he did not return to Hunter's Castle. He only came back when Zi Chen returned and went to find Ming Zhu. "You've met Zi Chen. What do you think?" Ming Zhu asked while drinking tea in the living room. At the same time, he poured Wu Xie a cup of tea. "He has some tricks up his sleeve, but they're nothing in front of me," Wu Xie said indifferently as he sat beside Ming Zhu. Oh, why do you say that? People outside say that he's in the invincible reality realm, Ming Zhu said with interest. I'm not sure if he's in the invincible reality realm, but in front of me, he won't be able to gain any advantage. His physique is very unique. His recovery speed is good, but he's still far from being immortal. However, in terms of energy consumption, he seems to have some special means. In my opinion, it should be the heavenly thunder wings effect. Wu Xie paused and said, without the heavenly thunder wings, his battle strength would be reduced by at least 80%. And with a treasure, he'll always be an outer path. Ming Zhu pondered for a moment and said, whether he's an outer path or not, Zi Chen is now a core member of Hunter's Castle. Wu Xie sneered and said, what? Are you not planning to let him participate in this matter? Are you treating him like a treasure at home? This is Lord Wu's intention, Ming Zhu said. Wu Xie smiled and said, I admit that I've said something worthless about him before. The strength he's shown in this realm is at least greater than mine. Hunter's Castle is not wrong to want to nurture him with all its strength. However, as far as I know, you didn't get along well with him back then. That's not called getting along well. It's just a small disagreement, Ming Zhu corrected. You think so, but he might not think so. Think about it, a person who kills people like scything flax. Would he have a heart of gratitude? Ming Zhu frowned and said, what are you trying to say? You know the rules of Hunter's Castle, right? What I mean is, since Zi Chen's battle strength is so strong, then such a person is the true main force of Hunter's Castle. And this time, since the person with the talent hunting token has appeared, then we should do our best to help him. Wu Xie's vertical pupils were filled with evil. It was obvious that he knew about this matter. Ming Zhu waved his hand and gestured for Wu Xie to leave while he fell into deep thought. Zi Chen rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, Hunter's Castle also called back some of the senior hunters. Apart from Zi Chen, these senior hunters were all summoned to their respective residences and waited for Huanlong to come and choose. You can't choose too many people, but they must be elites. When Huanlong arrived, he emphasized again. You can choose anyone you want here. Huanlong was personally received by Lord Wu. He then took out a list with some names and some special methods recorded on it. Huanlong carefully looked at the list. There were indeed some unique existences on it. He seemed to fall into deep thought. After a while, he quickly pointed out 4 people and said, the 4 of them. Among the 4 people, there was Shangguan Hong, Wu Xie, Man Shu, and someone called Dong Qing. The list was very detailed, so Lord Wu wasn't surprised that Huanlong chose these 4 people. After selecting the 4 people, Huanlong put down the list and asked, why isn't Zi Chen on this list? Zi Chen. Lord Wu was stunned. That's right. He's the last person I want, Huanlong said. Zi Chen is indeed a member of Hunter's Castle, but his true realm is only at the middle stage of the virtual realm. He's not qualified to go out yet, Lord Wu explained. I've seen the video of him killing. His combat strength is shocking and awe-inspiring. If he's not qualified, who is? Moreover, I think highly of his combat strength. I'm sure he'll be of great use to us on this trip. As for the reward, if you think it's too little, I can increase it appropriately, Huanlong said. Lord Wu fell into hesitation. Of course, it wasn't the reward that Huanlong mentioned, but the rules of Hunter's Castle. Since he's already named us, I'm afraid we'll damage Hunter's Castle's reputation if we don't hand him over. Just as Lord Wu was hesitating, a voice came from outside. It was Ming Zhu. He walked in and said seriously, logically speaking, Zi Chen isn't qualified. However, since you said you need him, we won't hide anything from you. However, Huanlong waved his hand and said, if something happens, I'll compensate you. Once this is done, not only will you receive enough thunder droplets of life, but you'll also receive an additional void tree seed. This was a reward that no one could refuse. Since Ming Zhu had already said it, Lord Wu would only embarrass Huanlong if he refused. Although he felt that Ming Zhu was a little overboard, he couldn't criticize him since he was fighting for Hunter's Castle's reward. Helpless, Lord Wu finally nodded and said, all right then. However, I'll have to explain this to Zi Chen. We didn't take him into consideration before, so we didn't inform him in advance. Moreover, Chen has just returned from a trip and is currently resting. Don't worry, I can wait for him for 10 days. After 10 days, we'll depart together, Huanlong said. Lord Wu nodded and left with his men. Next, they had to inform the hunters. There would be others to inform the hunters. As for Chen, Lord Wu decided to pay him a visit personally. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Chen's room. Chen, who was cultivating inside the room, opened his eyes. Come in, Chen said. Chapter 1274. Lord Wu. Seeing Lord Wu standing outside the door, Chen was surprised and hurriedly got off the bed. Why are you here? Lord Wu was definitely the leader of all the hunters in Hupping City. He was definitely a real big shot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to compare him to the mayor of Hupping City. After Chen got up, he immediately poured some water for Lord Wu. No hurry, no hurry. Lord Wu waved his hand and motioned for Chen to sit down. Sir, you are looking for me. Chen handed over the teacup filled with water. His expression was very reserved. There is something. Ling Xing was originally the one who came to find you, but after thinking about it, I decided to come and tell you personally, Lord Wu said after taking the cup. What is it? If Lord Wu had to come personally, it was definitely not something ordinary. Chen was clearly a little nervous. There was an auction a while ago. You should know about it, right? Yes, it was mainly for the Void Tree. That's right. During that auction, Hunter's Castle won the Void Tree, but it was about to wither. However, the Void Tree can be revived with the Thunder Droplet of Life. Coincidentally, someone knew the location of the Thunder Droplet of Void. He also issued a mission that required a few powerful corporeal realms to complete. Upon hearing this, Chen said, the mission he issued should be related to the Thunder Droplet of Life. Could it be that he was the one who auctioned the Void Tree? Chen's sharp thinking surprised Lord Wu, but he was also very pleased. This way, his ability to adapt to danger would be much stronger. He nodded and said, he was that person. However, he gave a corresponding reward for the mission he issued this time. Chen was very surprised that Lord Wu admitted it so readily. However, the way he looked at Lord Wu also became strange. Although Hunter's Castle's reputation was very high and was known to be the most trustworthy, it depended on the person and the item. They didn't care about something that was worth 1 billion or 10 billion, which was why they kept their word. However, auctioning off the Void Tree and knowing the location of the Thunder Droplet of Life was priceless. It had even exceeded the limits of what Hunter's Castle could bear. Anyone would be jealous of something like this. How could the people of Hunter's Castle make a fair deal with the other party? Moreover, with Lord Wu's brilliant methods, it wasn't beneath him to do this kind of thing himself. Killing people and searching their souls was too easy for him. Chen's mind spun quickly. He thought of a possibility and asked, the other party has a great background. Lord Wu looked at Chen and smiled. His smile was very satisfied. It was obvious that Chen, who asked this question, wasn't a pedantic person. He didn't care about right or wrong, good or evil. He only cared about benefits. This kind of person would know how to be flexible. He shook his head and said, we didn't investigate his background, so we don't know. However, before he came, he took a hunting token from Shuntian Prefecture. That's one of the highest standards in Hunter's Castle in Shuntian Prefecture. It represents a glorious past, supreme glory and contribution. With this token, you can mobilize hunters in any city in Shuntian Prefecture for your own use. Even if a later generation comes with a hunting token, we have to do our best to help. After hearing Lord Wu's explanation, Chen nodded. In this world, people were greedy. Battles were everywhere, and rules were pitifully few. However, every rule had to be obeyed. More importantly, the people in this world also had things that they had to adhere to. The people of Hunter's Castle didn't care about their reputation. They could kill and steal, but they couldn't do anything to people who had a hunting token. This was a belief that all hunters had to adhere to. Even if the person who came was a fat lamb, they had to give it their all. Hunter's Castle had the power to resist the city's army. There were many hunters here. Chen could almost see that many hunters were working hard for Hunter's Castle, contributing to Hunter's Castle. There were also many who were working hard to obtain a hunting token. Once they found out that the descendants of the hunting token had been assassinated and their souls searched, it would definitely cause chaos. The greater the power, the more uncontrollable the chaos would be. It might even shake the foundations of some place. Of course, in this kind of situation, they could still choose to kill people without anyone knowing. However, Lord Wu didn't choose this path. Instead, he chose to adhere to his beliefs. This wasn't just about his beliefs, it was also a test of his character. At this moment, Chen trusted this person. And at this moment, he was also working hard for Hunter's Castle. After a moment of silence, Chen asked, "I want to know, other than me, who else will go? If something unexpected happens, can these people be trusted? There are Man Shu, Shongguan Hong, Dong Qing, Wu Xie, and you, a total of 5 people. They are all experienced hunters of Hunter's Castle. They don't have much strength, and they are all on our side. You can completely trust them. However, when your life is threatened, or when it is necessary, you still have to believe in yourself." Lord Wu gave such an answer. When it came to some kind of secret, Lord Wu naturally wouldn't tell Chen about the other 4 people's abilities. Chen had heard from Shongguan Hong that Man Shu and Wu Xie were clearly very special existences. It seemed that Dong Qing was no ordinary person either. Chen couldn't refuse this matter, not to mention that Lord Wu had come personally. And after chatting with him, Chen was full of admiration for this old man. The difficulty of this mission is very high. Hunter's Castle won't let you do it for free. Once it's done, you will receive a generous reward. By the way, do you have any other requests? Lord Wu asked. It was obvious that a mission for a group of top-notch existences wouldn't be that simple. Chen had to be careful. He seriously thought for a moment before he said, "My armor was shattered when I was ganged up on. I need a new armor of high quality. Also, my weapon isn't strong enough. I need to reinforce it with some powerful magical formations." Hunter's Castle was a large organization. Naturally, they were more powerful than Cauldron Spirit. Therefore, Chen needed their help. Lord Wu nodded and said, "For this mission, safety first. Your request is nothing. If you can use a domain weapon, I will give you 2 for self-defense." Chen handed the refined black blade to Lord Wu. When Lord Wu saw the black blade, his eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, "For a real weapon, this blade has almost no impurities. The only thing it lacks is magical formations. This is just a small matter. Leave it to me. As for the armor, don't worry." Lord Wu took Chen's black blade and left. Chen, on the other hand, continued his cultivation. In truth, his cultivation was to find a way to make a breakthrough. What requests does he have? Lord Wu returned to his residence. Lingxing had been waiting for him for a long time. He was the one who personally recruited Chen. He was very concerned about Chen. He was very worried about sending Chen on this mission. He wants to reinforce his weapon with some magical formations. He also needs a piece of armor, Lord Wu said. That's not too much to ask. Lingxing thought for a moment before he looked at Lord Wu and earnestly said, "The potential that Chen has displayed is already extraordinary. Nothing must happen to him before he matures. Chen is the future of Hupping City's Hunter's Castle. Nothing can happen to him. Besides, I'm looking forward to seeing him create a miracle and shock Shuntian Prefecture," Lord Wu added. At present, Lingxing and Lord Wu were the ones who knew the most about Chen. Because of Chen, the 2 of them had researched some ancient records together. They had also specifically researched Chen's combat strength. Through the clues in the ancient records, they came up with a terrifying and unimaginable conjecture. It was because of this conjecture that they didn't think that Chen's whereabouts had been leaked and that he had been attacked by many realms. Afterwards, the 2 of them burned these extremely precious ancient records and let the secrets they had discovered rot from the bottom of their hearts. Lingxing looked at Lord Wu and said, "That's why nothing can happen to Chen. That's why he needs to forge weapons and armor." Lord Wu smiled and said, "You don't have to be so serious. You just want Grandmaster Li to take action, right? Ling Xing was a little annoyed when he heard this. That old bastard is a piece of shit. He thinks he can act so arrogantly just because he has a little bit of skill. Sooner or later, I'll teach him a lesson. Then we'll talk about it after you beat him. Don't worry, I'll personally talk to him about Zi Chen. I think he'll give me some face, Lord Wu said with a chuckle. Ling Xing said indignantly, "Phut. That old bastard is really a piece of shit. Hunter's Castle raised him, but now he's giving face to Hunter's Castle. Every time we ask him to do something, it's like we're begging him. But his skills really seem to have reached the acme of perfection." Ha ha. Lord Wu laughed. On the same day, Lord Wu personally went out of the city with a long blade. He hadn't left the city for a long time. Huan Long gave Zi Chen and the others 10 days to do whatever they wanted. The next day, Zi Chen, who was racking his brains to no avail, went to look for Ling Xing. He wanted to check out some of the books on cultivation in Hunter's Castle. You don't know much about this world, so it's good for you to see more. Feel free to look at everything in the castle. Your hunting token is enough for you. Ling Xing gave Zi Chen a few simple instructions. Hunter's Castle had a large place to store books. Because it was in the castle itself, there were only a few guards. There were no special guardians in the dark. After opening the door, Zi Chen's bookshelf was 3 stories high. Rows of ancient books were neatly arranged on the bookshelf. Some of them were about cultivation, some cultivation methods, and some battle skills. However, most of them were about the geography of the Zhanwu continent and the various strange creatures. Of course, there were also many secrets. Zi Chen plunged into the sea of books and began to look for a way to break through. Time flew by quickly. Soon, 9 days had passed. Zi Chen read many ancient books, but he still couldn't find a way to break through. He wasn't impatient. Instead, he felt that there was too little time. He even regretted not bringing the time castle left behind by the saint. After 9 days, Lord Wu returned and handed the things to Ling Xing. Chapter 1275. Seeing the 2 items on the table, Zi Chen was very surprised. You finished so quickly. Time's up. Even if it's not good, it's good, Ling Xing said. Time's up. Zi Chen had been exploring in the sea of books for the past few days. He didn't know that it was Ling Xing who called him out just now. 9 days have passed. Tomorrow is the time to set off. Let's see what these 2 items are like. Ling Xing smiled mysteriously. Zi Chen was very clear about the black saber. At this moment, his attention was on the black armor. The armor was made of many refined scales. There were many patterns engraved on its surface. These were the patterns of an array. Although they were clearly engraved, they gave off a natural feeling and were of very high quality. Zi Chen was surprised to find that it was actually a real spirit weapon. This armor was without a doubt the strongest armor Zi Chen had ever seen, and he was very satisfied with it. Then, Zi Chen picked up the black saber and released his spiritual senses. He was surprised again because he actually sensed a weapon spirit from the black saber. It was a weapon spirit with very strong spiritual fluctuations. This is also a real spirit weapon. Zi Chen was surprised and amazed. Ling Xing smiled and said, "There are some Grandmaster artificers in Hunter's Castle. They have always been serving Hunter's Castle. You're very lucky this time. A Grandmaster artificer of the Domain Realm just happened to be here. He also happened to be free, so he helped you refine the saber and armor." Hearing this, Zi Chen thanked him profusely. Ling Xing didn't hold back and said, "This artificer's brain isn't very good. He was born with a mental illness, so we did pay a price to convince him to refine your weapon. We accept your thanks. There's still 1 day left. You should carefully sense these 2 items. You'll be pleasantly surprised. We won't send you off tomorrow. Everything will be done in a low-key manner. Therefore, I'll give you a piece of advice in advance. You should take care of yourself." Zi Chen could feel Ling Xing's concern for him. He thanked him repeatedly and then personally walked Ling Xing to the door. After he returned to his room, he took out his long saber and released his spiritual senses. The black saber had been refined once more and had almost no impurities. It had merged with the weapon spirit, so it needed Zi Chen to recognize it as its master again. However, because it was already in the state of recognizing its master, it would not take too much time. There were even more array patterns on the saber. Furthermore, they looked like natural patterns that made the black saber stronger and sharper. Zi Chen had a feeling that if this saber slashed at him, it would definitely break through his defense. Zi Chen tried to move the weapon soles inside to see if there was anything different about them. A beastly roar came from within the blade, and the black blade began to emit light. A soldier spirit appeared on the blade. This was a very strange beast. Its mouth was very sharp, and its body was curved like a crescent moon. It looked like the pangolin of the Martial Heaven continent, but it also looked like a very irregular large blade. As soon as the soldier spirit appeared on the blade, it immediately transformed into the shape of a blade. It was like another black blade, and then it merged back into the blade. As the soldier spirit merged back into the black blade, the aura on the black blade became even more violent. Zi Chen had not yet channeled his energy into the black blade, but the entire black blade had already become extremely terrifying. The black light that it released contained bursts of coldness that actually stung Zi Chen's skin. As expected of the work of a Grandmaster Realm expert, the black blade had already become the pinnacle of weapons in his hands. It was second only to the domain weapon that Zi Chen could not use. Retracting his spiritual senses, the aura on the blade disappeared, and the soldier spirit turned into a beast shadow and merged back into the black blade. Looking at this very strange soldier spirit, Zi Chen suddenly thought of something. He thought to himself, could this be the blade golden-eyed beast's soul? The blade golden-eyed beast was a very strange war beast in the Martial Heaven continent. Although it was not a high-level life form, it was definitely a rare species. It was shaped like a large blade, and its final attack form was a sky-piercing blade. Its combat strength was astonishing. And this kind of rare war beast was also the favorite of some weaponsmiths. This was because the offensive weapons refined from them could be several times more powerful. If it was given to someone who used a blade, the weapon would be even more powerful. However, this kind of war beast was rarely encountered, and even if it was encountered, it would be very difficult to kill it. If Zi Chen's guess was correct, and this was indeed the blade golden-eyed beast soldier spirit, then the value of this soldier spirit alone would be over 100 million. And the black blade in his hand was already at the pinnacle of spirit weapons in terms of quality. It could totally be auctioned off in an auction house. Its value would not be lower than 1 billion. The cauldron spirit, who rarely appeared, also appeared in a flash after sensing the changes in the black blade. He looked at the black blade in Zi Chen's hand and clicked his tongue in wonder. He said, a very good weapon. It should be enough for the current you. Is this really the blade golden-eyed beast's soldier spirit? Asked Zi Chen. It is definitely the blade golden-eyed beast. It should be a late corporeal realm blade golden-eyed beast. This is an extremely rare item. Furthermore, the black blade itself has been refined and added with materials from the blade golden-eyed beast, making it even easier for it to perfectly fuse with the soldier spirit. The cauldron spirit had a very high opinion of the black blade. After hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation, Zi Chen's understanding of the black blade deepened. He also liked this black blade even more. He was originally a wielder of the blade and could kill with a single strike. Now that he had fused with the soldier spirit, his combat strength had become even stronger. With this blade, Zi Chen wouldn't even need to be injured if he were to be surrounded by late corporeal realm experts again. Immediately after, Zi Chen began to examine the defensive armor. The surface of the armor was engraved with defensive formations that could neutralize energy layer by layer. The defensive formations were closely linked to each other. The workmanship of the formations was very precise. Not to mention the soldier spirit within, just these defensive formations alone could withstand the attacks of some late corporeal realm experts. Furthermore, Zi Chen discovered that the defensive formations even had a rebounding effect. This was an extremely rare item among defensive armors. Although the rebounding effect was very rare, Zi Chen speculated that the surprise that Xing was talking about must be the soldier spirit within the armor. The craftsmanship of the armor was also extraordinary. After obtaining the blade golden-eyed beast soldier spirit, Chen became even more expectant of the soldier spirit within the armor. In the next moment, he sensed the soldier spirit with his spiritual senses and released it. The soldier spirit was also a type of beast soul. It was a miniature beast that looked like a round and chubby pony. As soon as it appeared, it transformed into a shield. At the center of the shield was a resplendent speck of light. The shield protected Chen's entire body while the speck of light protected Chen's chest like a breastplate. This is. After seeing the image of the shield, Chen's expression immediately changed. This is the scale shield flame stallion. It is also a very peculiar type of war beast. It possesses super strong defense that even surpasses that of some turtle-type war beasts. If the blade golden-eyed beast is the best among offensive war beasts, then the scale shield flame stallion is the best among defensive war beasts. You've struck gold this time. Ling Xing sighed. Indeed. Just these two weapons alone are likely worth more than several billion. Chen withdrew the soldier spirit and clicked his tongue in wonder. You are wrong. If these two items were sold individually, they would be worth several billion. But if they were sold together, they would definitely be worth more than 10 billion. Cauldron Spirit said. They are that valuable. Chen appeared to be very surprised. Cauldron Spirit smiled and said, You probably don't know this, but every time the blade golden-eyed beast appears, the scale shield flame stallion will appear as well. The two are not mortal enemies. Instead, they are like existences that rely on each other. The reason why the blade golden-eyed beast is so hard to kill is because of the scale shield flame stallion. Similarly, the scale shield flame stallion has a strong defense but weak attack. It is also very hard to capture because of the blade golden-eyed beast. When you use two soldier spirits at the same time, you will naturally sense something in your heart. This feeling is almost perfect for both offense and defense. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Chen finally understood what Ling Xing meant by surprise. It was no wonder that Ling Xing accepted Chen's gratitude so calmly. Hunter's Castle must have paid a heavy price for these two items. Chen spent the next day refining the two weapons. The black blade was easy to refine, but the battle armor required a long time to refine. The next day, which was also the 10th day, the party of 5 gathered in a secret room in the castle. Chen was the latest to arrive. When he arrived, the other 4 had already arrived. When they saw Chen enter, their gazes simultaneously fell on Chen. Chen, it's you. Shong Guanhong appeared to be very surprised to see Chen. As for the other 3 people, they obviously recognized Chen as well, and their expressions when they looked at him became strange. Among the 3, one was a big guy who looked like a big bear. His body was filled with extremely domineering energy. He was a person who did not know how to restrain himself. He was overbearing and flamboyant. One could tell at a glance what he was good at. The last one wore an extremely large black robe and a mask on his face, revealing only his eyes. This person did not emit any aura. It was impossible to tell that he was a cultivator. He looked very mysterious. The last one was an evil-looking youth with vertical pupils. He was Wu Xie. Why did they send you? Shong Guanhong asked in surprise while the 3 were sizing up Chen. His reputation has spread throughout Hupping City. This mission is very special. Who else would they send if not him? An evil voice sounded. This was the first time Chen had heard Wu Xie speak. In terms of evil incarnations, Shangguan Yuer's older brother was far from being comparable to Wu Xie. He was an acquired evil incarnation, but Wu Xie was an innate evil incarnation. Chen glanced at the other party. The latter smiled at him. Chen felt very uncomfortable with that smile. Hey, you're Chen. I'm Man Shi. I've heard of you and seen your image. You're very strong, Man Shi said. Just like his flamboyant body, his voice was very loud. However, there was no malice in it. Nice to meet you. Chen nodded at Man Shi. After that, he looked at the last person, Dong Qing. The latter only nodded and did not speak. Shong Guanhong pulled Chen to the side. The two of them were discussing something in a low voice. Wu Xie's eyes flashed with an evil, cold light. Chapter 1276. The purple-robed man was none other than Huan Long. He had successfully attracted everyone's attention the moment he entered. Huan Long looked very young, but one could clearly sense his realm through the aura around him and the ripples of space around him. Late corporeal realm. Everyone present was a very special existence, but none of them could sense any abnormalities from Huan Long. Of course, Huan Long's natural admiration for Shangguan Hong could be sensed without any perception. Only Zi Chen felt that there was something wrong with Huan Long. It was a little strange. Everyone is here, right? Huan Long glanced at everyone before his gaze finally landed on Zi Chen. He said, "You're Zi Chen. I've seen your battle footage. Although your realm is the lowest here, your combat strength is undoubtedly the strongest. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you in the end for this mission." As he spoke, Huan Long bowed deeply to Zi Chen and said, "Please." Zi Chen looked at Huan Long. He did not speak, but his calm expression suddenly turned cold. Huan Long was a customer. Logically speaking, Zi Chen should be happy to receive a customer's praise. However, he was not happy. In fact, he was even a little angry. Praising a single person in front of a group of heaven's prides was a deliberate move against him. Although he did not know what the others were thinking, Zi Chen could clearly feel Wu Xie's unfriendly gaze. "All right, let's go." Huan Long smiled at Zi Chen, then glanced at Shangguan Hong before turning to walk out the door. Before leaving the room, Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong had already changed their appearances. The mission of the Hunter's Castle this time was obviously a secret. It was worth mentioning that Shangguan Hong had prepared a communication pearl for Zi Chen. She had also left all 5 messages behind, except for Huan Long's. The group of 6 left Hupping City in a very low-key manner. No one knew the strength of this group. Several miles away, the group stepped onto the flying boat that Huan Long had prepared and left. "There's still a long way to go. Everyone can rest as you wish." A blue light barrier appeared on the surface of the flying ship. Huan Long turned around and said to the 5 of them. Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong's appearances changed back. He looked at Huan Long and asked, "I want to know our destination." This time, Zi Chen was the first to speak. Naturally, he attracted the attention of others, and there were even more dissatisfied gazes directed at him. Because they had been targeted earlier, Zi Chen was the first to speak, which gave people the feeling that he was the boss. Huan Long looked at Zi Chen with a meaningful expression. He didn't know that Zi Chen was cursing Huan Long in his heart, but he was also cursing his stupid companions at the same time. The reason why they didn't speak was because they were too confident, but Zi Chen had lived for thousands of years and had wandered between life and death many times. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't be careless about anything, not to mention that this was the Zhonwu continent. He still had to find the thunder drop of life. Just by interacting with them for several miles, Zi Chen knew that although these people were special existences and might kill without blinking an eye, they were definitely flowers in a greenhouse. They didn't have much experience in traveling. Perhaps Huan Long had grasped this point and deliberately targeted and encouraged him from the beginning. "When we arrive, Zi Chen, you will naturally know," Huan Long said with a smile. "I still want to know where it is," Zi Chen insisted. "What's the point of knowing where it is? Do you think you can leave halfway if you know it's a dangerous place?" A dissatisfied voice sounded. It was none other than Wu Xie. "It's indeed meaningless," Man Sha also spoke. The masked black-robed man didn't speak. Shangguan Hong glanced at the two and also didn't speak. Huan Long turned to look at Wu Xie and smiled. "You're Wu Xie. I know you. You have an immortal body. You're really amazing." Wu Xie naturally had a smug look on his face. He nodded at Huan Long, then looked back at Zi Chen and said, "I've also seen the video of your slaughter. Don't think that you're really invincible. There are still many special existences in this world." Zi Chen glanced at Wu Xie but didn't speak. Instead, he walked to a corner of the flying ship and sat down cross-legged. He chose to remain silent. In truth, he was already disappointed in his companions. Lord Wu's final words about believing in themselves at critical moments were probably because he had already guessed that they were inexperienced. In fact, Zi Chen's guess was correct. Just before they left, except for Zi Chen, All four of them received the same message. The content of this message was that they needed to listen to Zi Chen's opinion at critical moments. And this was precisely the reason why everyone was unhappy. You seem a little off today. You're in a bad mood. Zi Chen's message rang. When he took it out, Zi Chen saw the content. It was from Shang Guanhong. I'm fine. There's no problem, Zi Chen replied. Fine. Then why are you so cold and ungrateful when Huanlong praised you? He wasn't praising me. He was trying to harm me. My combat strength isn't the strongest here. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. But you are. No one here has this kind of ability at your level. Even Wu Xie is said to have awakened his immortal body when he broke through to the corporeal realm. After a simple exchange, Zi Chen knew that Shang Guanhong was inexperienced. She might not be careless when it came to killing people, but experience wasn't something that could be gained by killing people. It was more about experience. These people were born with a very high realm because of the environment of the Zhanwu continent. They could reach the Earth realm without much effort. Before reaching the Earth realm, they had almost no experience going out to gain experience. After reaching the Earth realm, they could only go out once or twice before continuing to cultivate until they broke through to the corporeal realm. It was almost impossible to convince someone of their point of view, unless that person trusted you very much. Zi Chen didn't know how to explain it to Shang Guanhong. He thought for a moment and replied, "Be careful of Huanlong, remember, this is a secret between you and me." This time, Shang Guanhong took a long time to reply. There were only 2 words, okay. However, Zi Chen could clearly see that Shang Guanhong's ears were a little red as she lowered her head. Silence followed. Zi Chen didn't send any more messages. Instead, he closed his eyes and refined the defensive armor. Since the journey was long, Zi Chen had enough time. The silent atmosphere was soon broken. Shang Guanhong sat on the deck hugging her knees and looked outside. Huanlong walked over and asked with a smile, "Can I sit here?" Shang Guanhong nodded. "You look like you have something on your mind," Huanlong said. Shang Guanhong shook her head. Wu Xie stood in the distance and looked at the 2 people on the deck. His expression became uncomfortable. The big man, Man Sure, was expressionless. The black-robed man seemed to be dozing off. "It's fate that we can meet in this vast and boundless world. Come, let's have a good chat." Huanlong gestured for everyone to come over. Wu Xie didn't want to see the 2 together and walked over. The big man thought for a moment and seemed to feel that since everyone was together, there was indeed a need to talk. The black-robed man opened his eyes and walked to the other side of the deck. Zi Chen was still refining the armor. "Ignore him," Wu Xie said coldly. Afterwards, Huanlong chuckled and began to chat with everyone. He told them about strange stories and even a joke or 2 from time to time. The atmosphere quickly became cheerful. Everyone laughed from time to time. Naturally, their relationship became closer as they laughed and chatted. Although Zi Chen was refining the armor, he left a portion of his consciousness outside. He didn't understand what Huanlong was trying to do. "Some people are born this way. They like crowds," Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zi Chen's mind. "It's true that they like crowds. But this is the Zhanwu continent. They should be vigilant. Why isn't Huanlong vigilant?" Zi Chen was puzzled. Perhaps they are all the same. They think they are strong or inexperienced, Cauldron Spirit said. "I hope so. However, I keep feeling that Huanlong is a little strange. But I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's just your imagination. Let's refine the armor first. If something really goes wrong, the armor will give us a chance of survival." This time, Zi Chen put all his attention into refining the armor. His refining speed was even faster than before. Meanwhile, Shang Guanhong, who was chatting at the front, would occasionally turn her head to look at Zi Chen. Her absent-mindedness made Wu Xie jealous and Huanlong unhappy. Throughout the journey, Huanlong did not say anything bad about anyone. However, he had unknowingly alienated the group from Zi Chen. Wu Xie's behavior was even worse. Man Sure would also say a few words from time to time while the black-robed man remained silent. As for Shang Guanhong, she had some understanding of Zi Chen, so she didn't have any prejudice against him. However, she was a little dissatisfied that Zichen didn't reply after so many messages she had sent him. Time flew by. Soon, another 10 days had passed. Although there was still a long way to go before they reached their destination, Guanhong seemed to have vaguely guessed their destination. All of a sudden, a dazzling light appeared in front of the airboat. It was as though a bolt of lightning was approaching from afar. Enemy attack. As the dazzling light neared, it transformed into a stream of blade light. It was extremely powerful, and Mancha's shout rang out in the next instant. Boom! The blade aura landed on the airboat and a powerful force spread out. The airboat's light barrier shook a few times before suddenly dissipating. The airboat did not explode, but the group's figures were revealed. At the same time, many figures flew over from the horizon. Every figure was a person. There were dozens of them. Their auras were all at the corporeal stage. You're courting death. Mancha let out a furious roar as he dashed toward the glowing figure. His body was filled with a tyrannical aura. His fist was like a giant hammer as it smashed towards a late corporeal stage expert. Boom! The space shook under the punch. A late corporeal stage expert's defenses were broken. The fist aura then hit his head and exploded with a loud bang. A late corporeal stage expert exploded with a single punch. Such a scene also caused the surrounding people to jump in fright. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, then they turned and ran. Mancha chased after them for several miles. His fist was even more terrifying than a real weapon. It could even smash a real weapon to pieces. The others on the airboat watched in silence. Chapter 1277. Mancha returned, and the airship set sail again. Scenes like today's were repeated over and over again for the next few days. Mancha alone could take care of everyone. These people were all bandits. In the Jianwu continent, some people with unique or strange thoughts who did not want to abide by the law and did not want to live a down-to-earth life would choose to occupy a mountain and become bandits. These people lived a freer life, but the degree of danger was not small. Usually, they killed people like flies, but if they encountered some existence they should not provoke, they would be killed like flies. Every time, Mancha killed happily. Obviously, he was also a bloodthirsty person. In Zichen's armor, the mini version of the scale shield flamefoal emitted flames. Zichen's spiritual senses tried to enter the center of the flamefoal. After half a month, Zichen finally succeeded. The entire scale shield flamefoal had Zichen's aura. Zichen successfully refined it. Now, the scale shield flamefoal would move according to Zichen's will. However, to fully mobilize it, Zichen needed the reality power in his thunder wings. You're still cultivating. Cultivation is not over yet. Are you pretending to be cultivating? You're using cultivation as an excuse to deliberately not talk to them, right? This path is a little familiar. I might be able to guess where we're going. Are you looking at me when you speak? I know where our destination is. Hey, are you looking at me or not? When Zichen opened his eyes again, he saw many messages on the communication bead. There were dozens of messages in total. Among them, there was no lack of emotional messages from Guanhong. As soon as Zichen opened his eyes, there was new content in the transmission. Your cultivation is over. Where are we going? Zichen asked. I sent you so many messages, and this is your answer. Guanhong was very dissatisfied. Sorry, I was wholeheartedly refining a defensive armor and did not see the messages, Zichen explained. Alright, I'll take it that you didn't do it on purpose. Along the way, I think our destination might be the Hengduan mountain range. Guanhong transmitted. The Hengduan mountain range? Are you kidding me? The Hengduan mountain range is very mysterious. Very few people can pass through it. There are layers of formations there, and they are all natural. It is normal for there to be thunder droplets of life. Impossible. There are definitely no lightning droplets of life there. Why? That's because the lightning droplet of life only exists in the void. It's also called the teardrop of life. However, it also has another ancient name, the void teardrop. Void teardrop. That's right. It means tears shed in the void. A very strange name, a very strange meaning. Aren't you not familiar with the Jianwu continent? How did you know? I read books. There's such a thing in the ancient books of Hunter's Castle. Why haven't I seen it before? Now is not the time to talk about this. You should ask about our purpose this time. Why me? Because he treats you well. The main reason is that no one has any ill intentions towards you. Zichen thought for a moment before sending a message. All right then. I'll help you ask. Shang Guanhong paused for a moment before walking towards Huanlong, who was not far away. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to approach him. There were only a few people on the flying boat. Shang Guanhong's actions successfully attracted everyone's attention. Sister Shang Guan, is there something you need? Huanlong asked when he saw Shang Guanhong approaching. He had been addressing her as such for the past few days. I've been through this path once. It seems to lead to the Hengduan mountain range. Is that our destination this time? Shang Guanhong asked. Huanlong nodded and said, that's right. Our destination this time is the Hengduan mountain range. However, it's not the periphery but the interior. Shang Guanhong nodded as well. Then, she smiled faintly and said, the Hengduan mountain range is full of dangers. There are all kinds of natural formations that can trap even domain realm experts. However, there are also many mysterious things in the mountain range. How can you be sure that there are thunder droplets of life inside? Shang Guanhong's straightforward question stunned Huanlong slightly. Then, he discreetly glanced at Zichen and found that the latter was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. He paused for a moment before saying, to be honest, I'm not sure if there are thunder droplets of life inside this time. What? You're not sure either? Shang Guanhong exclaimed. Then, she realized that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Noticing the situation, the others also walked over and inquired about the situation. Only Zichen remained in the distance. I've never been so close to Huanlong. This is definitely considered sacrificing my body, so you'll have to compensate me later. Seeing Shang Guanhong's straightforward message, Zichen chose to ignore it and pretended that he didn't see it. I'm not sure about this matter, but for some unspeakable reason, I obtained a map. According to the map, it is said that we can pass through the Hengduan mountain range and reach a secret place. There are thunder droplets of life there. As if he felt that this wasn't enough to convince them, Huanlong added, oh right, when I found this map, I also found the withered void tree. Everyone nodded. Shang Guanhong sent the map to Zichen without missing a word. After chatting for a while, Shang Guanhong took the initiative to leave. I'm sure that the Hengduan mountain range doesn't have thunder droplets of life. Huanlong was lying to us. He said that he wasn't sure, but the map recorded it. Whether or not there are thunder droplets of life, we'll still go, won't we? All right, we'll definitely go, but we have to be careful. Seeing that he couldn't convince Shang Guanhong, Zichen could only remind her to be careful. As for Zichen, he was even more wary of Huanlong. He usually used cultivation to pass the time and never chatted with the others. The advantage of this was that Zichen was successfully ignored by the others. Naturally, no one would pay attention to him. A few more days passed. They were still 1,000 miles away from the periphery of the Hengduan mountain range. Huanlong put away the flying boat and said, we'll have to walk the next 1,000 miles by ourselves. The battle beasts in the Hengduan mountain range were very terrifying. Naturally, the cultivators who came here to train were very strong. Bandits often appeared in the periphery of the Hengduan mountain range, so they had to walk by themselves. Everyone present was a powerhouse. Zichen's massacre was obvious to all. A mere 1,000 miles of bandits naturally couldn't stop them. The group of 6 began to charge forward. Man Shi and Wu Xie took the lead while Zichen brought up the rear. Huanlong was the only late-stage corporeal realm cultivator in the group. Therefore, this group naturally attracted the attention of many bandits at first. In fact, from the moment the 6 of them landed, they had been targeted by many forces. The fact that they could successfully reach the Hengduan mountain range proved that each group was very strong. Therefore, these bandits were vigilant at first. However, when they saw that there were only 6 people in this group, their vigilance was greatly reduced. They rushed forward almost without thinking. Kill! Battle cries rang out from all directions. Figures rushed out from the dense forest one after another. They held solid weapons and charged towards Wu Xie and Man Shu, who were in the lead. Scram! Man Shu roared and punched out. A mid-stage corporeal realm cultivator exploded along with his weapon. Wu Xie's vertical pupils also shot out a cold light. The cold light hit a late-stage corporeal realm cultivator and killed him in one blow. Shangguan Hong, the black-robed man, and Huan Long didn't make a move. Just the two of them were enough to intimidate most of the cultivators present. However, there were still some cultivators who attacked. This time, however, several of them were targeting Zi Chen. The black blade appeared in Zi Chen's hand. Zi Chen held the blade and slashed forward. A stream of blade light flashed and two heads flew high into the air. Killing was that simple. Before the others could rush forward, for people had already died. 3 of them were late-stage corporeal realm cultivators and 1 mid-stage corporeal realm cultivator had his weapon and body destroyed. The others didn't dare to step forward. They only watched in horror as the group left. What a terrifying group. For the next 1,000 miles, cultivators continuously came forward to stop them. However, there was no doubt that only death awaited them. In the end, no one dared to find trouble with this group. The group of 6 smoothly entered the dense forest. Then, Huan Long took out a map and pointed them in the right direction. After a few miles, they heard the angry roars of battle beasts. They also found some bloodstains along the way. We've reached the area where battle beasts roam. Everyone, be careful. Man Shu kindly reminded them. This big guy was currently walking in front. It was worth mentioning that Wu Xie had retreated from the front to the middle. The original black-robed man walked in front. Zi Chen was still walking at the back. He held the long blade in his hand tightly and was in a state of alert. However, the lightning wings on his back were not unfolded. There was no danger in the periphery of the Hengduan mountain range. Therefore, everyone was mainly thinking about the dangers ahead. After a few more miles, the black-robed man walked in front and led the way. He was still silent, but the danger was minimized. The group walked for dozens of miles. During this time, they heard the roars of beasts, but they didn't see a single battle beast. This was something that even Shangguan Hong couldn't do. Apart from Huan Long, the others also became curious about the black-robed man's identity. Roar! After another dozens of miles, the group encountered their first battle beast. Perhaps it was bad luck, but the first battle beast they encountered was actually a mid-stage spirit realm one. This was a mutated battle beast with barbs all over its body. It looked like an ape, but it also looked like some kind of animal. Its battle strength was comparable to an ordinary late-stage spirit realm battle beast. Be careful. This is the polar spike ape. Its battle strength is very strong. Shangguan Hong whispered the name of this strange beast. The black-robed man looked at the spike ape indifferently and then took 2 steps back. Just as he retreated, the space in front of him fluctuated. Then, a pitch-black hole appeared. The hole was a passage, and in the next moment, a beast drilled out of the passage. It was a ferocious-looking leopard. The moment it appeared, it rushed toward the spike ape. Then, the two began to fight. The passage didn't disappear. Then, a second and third battle beast appeared. He's a beast tamer. Chapter 1278. Beast tamers were unique to the Zhonwu continent. Their main purpose was to train beasts that were unable to transform into human form. 3 beasts rushed out of the black hole, all of them at the middle stage of the spirit stage. The 3 beasts were enormous in size, but they did not have any advantage over the thorny ape. Phut! A sharp barb pierced through the head of one of the beasts, killing it with a whimper. Phut phut! Immediately after, the thorny ape displayed its might and killed the other 2 beasts. The 3 beasts died in the blink of an eye. The spiky ape had killed them cleanly and did not suffer any injuries. It was enough to show the strength of the mutated beasts. Seeing this, Zi Chen wanted to go forward and help, but was stopped by Shangguan Hong. The others also did not move. Beast tamers had tamed many beasts. Only 3 beasts had been released, which meant that the beast tamer had reached the limit of the number of beasts he could control. If he wanted to tame more beasts, he would need to kill a few more. Sure enough, after the 3 beasts had died, 6 more quickly rushed out. They were all at the middle stage of the corporeal realm and were all ordinary beasts. The thorny ape was in the middle of a killing spree. When it saw the 6 beasts appear again, it roared and charged forward. The group stood in the distance, quietly watching the battle between the beasts. The black-robed man suddenly took a step forward as a mysterious power surged from his body. This power rippled towards the thorny ape. This power enveloped the thorny ape, causing its expression to immediately change. It became very uneasy and panicked, as if it was under some kind of enormous pressure, causing its speed and battle power to plummet. The group of beasts swarmed forward, and the thorny ape was soon on the verge of death. The thorny ape fell to the ground as the group of beasts parted. The black-robed man walked in front of the thorny ape and knelt down on one knee. He stroked the ape's forehead with one hand, and streams of light flowed through his fingers into the ape's body. The thorny ape's injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Its malevolent expression gradually turned gentle, and its hostility towards the black-robed man greatly decreased. The black-robed man withdrew his hand when its injuries were about 60% healed. The thorny ape's gaze towards the black-robed man had already become respectful and pious. So this is a beast tamer's technique. Zichen suddenly recalled the soul seed technique that Longhu had imparted to him when he saw the black-robed man's technique. Although there were some differences between the two, there was not much of a difference. The black-robed man seemed to be healing the thorn ape, but in reality, he had already injected a trace of his soul power into the thorn ape's mind, forcing it to recognize him as its master. This is the toughest method, but it's also the fastest method. Actually, beast tamers have a lot of gentler methods, but they're obviously not applicable here, Shang Guanhong explained to Zichen in a low voice. Although the thorn ape had recognized its master, it was still injured. It entered the void passage to recover from its injuries. As for the 3 corpses on the ground, the black-robed man personally stepped forward and began to personally deal with them. This method of disposal was relatively simple. It was to take away some useful things. His hand, which was holding the dagger, was exposed from under the black robe. It was very pale, and there was almost no trace of blood in it. His methods made Zichen raise his eyebrows slightly, a look of displeasure on his face. After all, these beasts had fought for him, and had been nurtured for such a long time. Although they were dead now, they were still considered to be on his side. But now, the black-robed man was actually dissecting these beasts' corpses. However, looking at the other people's expressions, it seemed to be a matter of course, and there was no abnormality on their faces. "Isn't this cruel?" Zichen transmitted to Shang Guanhong. "Cruel?" Shang Guanhong was very puzzled. The beasts died for him, but his dissecting them. "Isn't this cruel?" Zichen transmitted again. This time, Shang Guanhong did not reply. Instead, she turned her head to look at Zichen carefully and seriously. Her expression slowly became very strange. Then, a smile appeared on her face. Zichen looked at her doubtfully, as if asking if there was something on his face. "Zichen, you're really cute," Shang Guanhong replied, but the content was something Zichen could not understand. "Cute? Yes, you're too cute. I realized. I'm starting to like you." Shang Guanhong transmitted again. Perhaps she would only be so impudent and straightforward when transmitting a message. "How am I cute?" Zichen ignored the latter part of her sentence. "I don't know how many people have died at your hands in the past, but since we've known each other, you've killed hundreds of people at the reality realm alone, and more than 20 spirit-level beasts. People like you are absolutely numb to killing, and bloodthirsty by nature, but now you're saying that others are cruel. You should know that compared to you, I've only dissected 3 beasts. I'm afraid it's not even 100th of what you've done." Zichen thought for a moment, then transmitted seriously, "This is different. Although I kill people and beasts, I never attack my own people. Take the black eagle for example. Since it follows me, it's my friend and one of us. If it dies, not only will I not dissect it, I will also avenge it. Sometimes you're extremely vicious, and sometimes you're extremely soft-hearted. Hehe, that's why I say you're cruel and cute. I like you very much. Why don't you agree? Shong Guan Hong transmitted. Zi Chen decided to remain silent and did not respond. At this moment, he began to reflect because among the 6 of them, he was the only one who had such thoughts. It sounded very different and strange. He had killed many people, even more than all of them combined, but now he was saying that others were cruel. Why? Zi Chen was asking rhetorically and reflecting on himself. After repeated questioning and reflection, Zi Chen finally came to a conclusion. Because of his own heart. Because of his own principles. If such a thing happened to him, he would never do such a thing, even if he would be mocked for being weak. Even if Shong Guan Hong agreed with this statement, Zi Chen still felt that this was wrong. He would not criticize others, but he would warn himself. This was his own heart that he had always adhered to along the way. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. After dissecting the 3 beasts, the group continued on their way. Next, whenever a beast appeared, the black-robed man would deal with it. Huan Long was looking at the map along the way. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he closed his eyes and pondered. He looked very busy. After traveling for another 5 days, Huan Long took over the command and began to guide the group forward. For the rest of the journey, the frequency of encountering beasts naturally increased. There were many mutated beasts, and their strength ranged from mid-stage to late-stage spirit rank. Except for Zi Chen, the others began to attack one after another. Not letting Zi Chen attack was not deliberately excluding him, but Zi Chen did not care about the severity of his attacks. There was only life and death. Obviously, their beast tamer needed these beasts. He needed them alive. This time, after traveling for more than 10 days, there were more than 10 battles, big and small. In the end, Zi Chen had no choice but to kill. It had to be said that the way he killed one by one was indeed very shocking and frightening at close range. In these few days, because they had encountered too many beasts, Zi Chen released the Black Eagle to be on guard. In a dense forest, the group sat on the ground. Everyone, according to the map, we are about to pass through the Hengduan mountain range. I'm afraid the danger will be greater, so everyone should be careful. Huan Long said after closing the map. Everyone nodded. Man Sure, who had consumed a lot of energy, was resting against a tree trunk. After the battle just now, everyone was exhausted. Zi Chen's body was stained with blood. He glanced at Huan Long and said, "Can you show me the map?" "No problem." Huan Long handed the map to Zi Chen. The map looked very simple and old. The material was very unique, as if it had existed for a long time. The moment the map entered his hand, Zi Chen felt a sense of majesty from it. Zi Chen glanced at the map. His expression did not change much. He looked at the map and asked, "What material is this? It's so strange." With that, Zi Chen threw the map to Huan Long. No one knew that Zi Chen's heart was beating violently at this moment. He could only use words to hide his feelings. Zi Chen had long been able to hide his emotions. Huan Long did not notice his deliberate concealment. He looked at Zi Chen with admiration and said, "Good eyesight. You can tell at a glance that this material is extraordinary. What material is this?" The others were also very curious. Huan Long handed the map to the others so that they could take turns to look at it. He then looked at Zi Chen and explained, "This map has an extraordinary origin. It was obtained from some records left behind by my ancestors, and after paying a great price, I managed to obtain it. If the records are correct, then this map is made from dragon skin." "What? Dragon skin?" Everyone was shocked. No matter which world a dragon was in, it was an extremely powerful creature. That's right. If you remove the dragon scales and draw the map on it, it will never disappear. The majesty on this map is dragon might. This greatly increased the credibility of the map recorded on the dragon hide. However, Zi Chen's suspicion of Huan Long also grew even stronger. This was because the moment he saw the map, he found something familiar. He was very familiar with this map. Although it was his first time seeing it, more than 60% of the records on it were familiar to Zi Chen. This map was 60% similar to the map of the outer perimeter formed after the jade pieces were merged. The only difference was that the final entry point was different. Zichen guessed that the former was less dangerous and the latter was more dangerous. However, the latter's route was more direct. It was almost a straight line. Zichen did not know why this was the case. However, when he first saw Huanlong, he felt that he was very strange. Coupled with the fact that the map was 60% similar, he was naturally wary of Huanlong. Of course, this might just be a coincidence. A few days later, the group stepped into an array formation. This was according to the map's description. Once they passed through this formation, they would be considered to have passed through the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. This formation was filled with an extremely tyrannical aura. After sensing this aura, everyone could not help but shiver. Chapter 1279. Cracking sounds kept coming out, and a crack spread from the foot of the mountain to the top. Then, the crack became bigger, and huge rocks rolled down the mountain. It's a mountain spirit. Everyone, be careful. Man Sha was the first to shout, and the energy around him started to surge. The violent energy made people's hearts tremble. Everyone had a bad feeling, and they all formed a protective light shield around their bodies. Boom! The mountain in front of them exploded, and rocks of all sizes shot out in all directions like cannonballs. The 6 people in the field bore the brunt of the impact, and they were hit by many rocks. The power was not enough to break through their defense, but the impact was so strong that they kept retreating. They retreated a few hundred meters. When the rocks disappeared, a huge creature appeared in front of them. This was a giant that was over 300 meters tall. His entire body seemed to be made of stone. His body was filled with a powerful battle strength. His eyes were gray and had no pupils. At this moment, he was indifferently scanning the 6 people. The peak of the spirit level. It's only 1 step away from the king level, Shong Guanhong exclaimed after sensing its level. It's a mountain spirit. It's a kind of mountain spirit. Its combat power is even stronger than a xenogenic battle beast. We're in trouble, Man Sha frowned. Humph, it doesn't matter if it's trouble or not. We have to kill it and break through. Wu Xie snorted and looked forward coldly. At that moment, everyone was looking at the mountain spirit, but Zichen was looking at Huanlong. The mountain spirit's appearance surprised him, but he was not shocked. He was not surprised that the mountain spirit was still alive, and it looked like he was faking it. Zichen guessed that he already knew there was a mountain spirit here. Trespassers will die. Just as they were discussing how to kill the mountain spirit, they heard a loud roar in front of them. Then, endless murderous intent filled the area. It's only a spirit level. How can it talk? Man Sha was shocked. He felt that something was wrong. There are many strange things in this world. A mountain spirit can talk. So what? Wu Xie snorted disdainfully and rushed toward the mountain spirit. Be careful, it. Man Sha seemed to know something and wanted to warn him, but it was obviously too late. Wu Xie had already rushed out. In the blink of an eye, Wu Xie was only a few hundred meters away. However, before he could make a move, the mountain spirit's attack had already arrived. Its first attack was not purely a physical attack. If that was the case, Wu Xie was confident that he could dodge it. The mountain spirit's first attack was a ray of light that came from its heart. This light was very dazzling, but there was no terrifying aura circulating around it. It was like an ordinary dazzling light. Wu Xie coldly snorted, his body also releasing a dazzling light, then he clenched his fists and punched forward. Boom! The 2 dazzling lights collided and then exploded. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Even Zichen's expression changed completely. His gaze was fixed on where Wu Xie had been standing, but now, there was nothing left. Wu Xie's entire body had been smashed into smithereens. Seeing Wu Xie's body explode, everyone's faces were filled with shock. This time, even Huanlong was no exception. Ha ha! The mountain spirit laughed proudly. Wu Xie's exploded body seemed to have some kind of connection. Suddenly, it merged back together again. Then, another ray of light was released, and Wu Xie's figure appeared. With the immortal body, he obviously could not die. However, at this moment, his face was pale. It was obvious that he was frightened. While Zi Chen and the others were encountering the mountain spirit, in the distant hunter's castle of Hupping City, a series of urgent knocks came from outside Lord Wu's room. "What is it?" Lord Wu's indifferent voice came from inside the room. "The news has come back. There is a problem with the Tianfu hunting order." A voice came from outside the door. "What? There is a problem?" Lord Wu, who was sitting beside the desk, raised his head and looked at the door. The door opened and a late-stage corporeal realm expert came in with a document in his hand. He said, "This is the news from Yanbo Castle. There is a problem with Lord Chen Wei's Tianfu hunting order." "What problem?" "It is fake. There is no Chen Wei." Lord Wu took the document and read it. "The Tianfu hunting order is real. There is no problem with Lord Chen Wei. Yanbo Castle can confirm that there is such a person, but he has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Also, the information from Yanbo Castle shows that he does not have any descendants. The cause of his death is unknown." Lord Wu read the records. "Yes, the cause of his death is unknown. However, there is some unverified information. It is said that he joined forces with many people to kill a very special existence." Looking at the records, Lord Wu frowned. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Go and find all the information about the major events that happened near Hupping City 70,000 years ago. It must be near the Hengduan mountain range." "Yes." The person left. "Wait. Tell Ling Xing and the others to send a message to the senior hunters. Tell them to give up on the mission and return immediately." The appearance of the Tianfu hunting order was of great importance. The people of Hupping City naturally had to go through some investigation. They thought it was just a symbolic thing, but they didn't expect that there would be a problem with the information they sent back. After a while, Ling Xing and the others arrived. As soon as they entered, Ling Xing asked, "What happened? Have you notified the people?" "No, we can't contact them. Perhaps they have already entered a secret place." Ling Xing seemed anxious. "What happened? Why did they give up on the mission?" "Look at this." Lord Wu gestured for them to look at the document on the table. The three of them took turns to look at it. Ling Xing's face was full of disbelief. "This is impossible. If he is not a descendant of the Tianfu hunting order, how can he activate the token?" Ling Xing and Lord Wu were both there and saw Huanlong take out the token with their own eyes. Naturally, they had to examine it. They found that they had the same bloodline. Ming Zhu put down the document with an ugly expression. He said, "Perhaps the people of Hunter's Castle made a mistake. He really does have a descendant. The cause of his death is unknown. Even if he does have a descendant, it is impossible for it to fall into the hands of a descendant," the third manager, Simo, said. "If there really is a problem with Huanlong, then this matter is troublesome. After so many years, Hupping City's Hunter's Castle only has these 5 people. If something happens to them, we will no longer have a chance to turn the tables." Ling Xing was very anxious and worried. Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong were his people and directly under his command. If something happened to them, he would naturally be heartbroken. Wu Xie was one of Ming Zhu's people. His expression was also ugly. As for Man Shi and Dong Qing, they were Lord Wu's people. Lord Wu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Perhaps it is just a false alarm." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door again. The late-stage corporeal realm expert who had left earlier returned with a thick stack of files in his hands. "My lord, these are major events that happened 70,000 years ago. 15 of them are related to the Hengduan mountain range, and each of them involved the death of a domain realm expert." The late-stage corporeal realm expert placed the files on the table and left. The 4 of them began to look through the files. The so-called major events referred to the death of a domain realm expert. The death of a single domain realm expert was enough to be recorded in history. If a large number of domain realm experts died, it would be specially marked. If a cultivator with a Heaven's Sanctum hunting token died inexplicably, it was obvious that a large number of domain realm experts had died in that event. The 4 of them began to look through the files from the highest number of deaths to the lowest number. However, they did not find anything unusual. "Perhaps it is this," Ming Zhu suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. He pointed at the file and said, according to this file, a corporeal realm expert heard an intense energy fluctuation when he was training in the Hengduan mountain range. The fluctuation seemed to have come from the other side of the mountain range. It is suspected that a domain realm expert died. This news has been confirmed many times. Also, someone heard the voice of a dragon. A dragon, a dragon. The three of them moved closer to the file. However, there were only a few pages in the file. The records were merely guesses. They had not seen it with their own eyes. Go through everything that happened in Hupping City during this time period and see if anything can happen, Lord Wu instructed. Soon, another large pile of files was placed in front of them. Then, a few more domain realm experts came to look through the files. The atmosphere was very quiet. Only the sound of pages being flipped could be heard. There were many files and it was very troublesome to look through them in detail. After a full hour, one of the domain realm experts said, 40 years after that incident, the Shangguan family's patriarch, Shangguan Yinhong, was confirmed to have disappeared. Why do you care about something that happened 40 years later? Ling Xing was obviously very dissatisfied. The domain realm expert said, he disappeared 40 years ago. It is very similar to that time period. It is certain that the Shangguan family's patriarch disappeared 40 years later. The Shangguan family's patriarch, Shangguan Yinhong. When Lord Wu heard this, he was stunned. Then, he thought of something and said in a low voice, the auction house is under the Shangguan family's control. Go and find the people from the Shangguan family, especially the person in charge of this auction. Hurry. The Shangguan family was definitely considered a big family in Hupping City. Not only did the family have the precious weapon pavilion, but they also had the largest auction house in Hupping City. However, because it was difficult for powerhouses to give birth, there were very few direct descendants in the family. The manager of the precious weapon pavilion, Shangguan Hong, was a member of the Shangguan family. Therefore, she immediately told Zi Chen that someone was auctioning the void tree. Also, go and find information about the missing domain realm experts from 70,000 years ago. See if there are many people, Lord Wu instructed again. The people from Hunter's Castle were very efficient. Soon, the people from the Shangguan family arrived. Apart from the person in charge, the current patriarch of the Shangguan family was also present. He was Shangguan Hong's father, Shangguan Mingxing. Did something happen to Hong? Shangguan Mingxing asked as soon as he arrived. Lord Wu did not answer right away. Instead, he asked, when Huan Long went to your auction house to auction the void tree, did he use Shangguan Yinhong's token? Shangguan Yinhong is our patriarch. Shangguan Mingxing seemed a little dissatisfied. He was displeased that Lord Wu had addressed his patriarch by his full name. No, he used the highest standard token in our auction house. Ever since the Shangguan family was established, only a few of these tokens have been issued, the person in charge of the auction said. Is there a record of when this token was issued? Lord Wu asked again. Chapter 1280. The patriarch always carries a token with him. Yes, every patriarch carries such a token with him. This was a characteristic of merchants. Once they found someone they could befriend or someone extraordinary, they would give them a token to befriend them. However, tokens were also divided into different grades, and the highest grade tokens were rarely given out. For example, Shangguan Hong had given Zi Chen a token in private, but it was not of the highest grade. The expressions of the few domain realm cultivators turned ugly when they heard the other party's words. The complicated matter became simple. Huan Long had two types of tokens in his hands, which should have been obtained from the two dead people. However, it was still a mystery how he had been able to reach the place where the two of them had died. If he had successfully entered the place where the two of them had died, he must have obtained other resources since he had taken out the token. Why did he have to go back? There was more than an 80% chance that Shangguan Yinhong and Chen Wei had died in the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. Since Huan Long had been there before, why would he bring Zi Chen and the others to the Hengduan mountain range again? Could it be that he hadn't taken everything there? Putting aside how Huan Long had reached the depths of the Hengduan mountain range the first time, since he had dared to take out the token, it was obvious that he knew the use of the token. In other words, he must have known that Hunter's castle would check the tokens and that there would be problems with them. However, since he had known, he had dared to continue deceiving them. If he had dared to deceive Hunter's castle, he was either an idiot or had planned this beforehand. Regardless of which it was enough to prove that Zi Chen and the others would not return alive after this matter was over. Just as everyone was frowning, another person came with the missing people's information. According to the information, many domain realm experts had gone missing 70,000 years ago, and the place where they had disappeared was almost certain to be the Hungduan mountain range. This matter had caused a huge commotion back then, but 70,000 years had passed, and any major incident would be lost in history. The reason Hunter's castle still had this information was because it had not been 100,000 years. If it had been 100,000 years, it would have been much more difficult to find this information. Immortal body. The mountain spirit was very surprised when it saw the human's body explode, reassemble, and escape. The fact that a mountain spirit knew about the immortal body was even more surprising. Even though he had successfully retreated, Wu Xie's face was still frighteningly pale. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a powerful existence. Although his immortal body had saved him, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being beaten up again. Roar. Bestial roars resounded in this space. As soon as Wu Xie retreated, the black-robed man began to summon his battle beasts. The void in front of them split open, and battle beasts rushed out from the void tunnel towards the mountain spirit. Shong Guanhong also entered battle mode at this time. She wore a tight suit and a defensive armor on the outside. She soared into the sky and released a green light around her. Then, she pointed at Shan Ling and a green light landed on Shan Ling's body like a seed. In the next moment, the mountain spirit's body was dyed green. Then, a dense pattern that looked like tree roots appeared on its body. These patterns started to glow and a strong devouring force appeared. It was going to absorb its life force and turn it into a treant. However, before these patterns could devour the mountain spirit's life force, a bright light shone from its body. When the light touched the patterns, it burned like a flame and directly burned the tree root patterns. During this time, many battle beasts swarmed up and started to attack the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit's defense was very strong. Many attacks landed on its body, but they only left scratches on its body and some stone chips fell off. "You little guys, are you tickling me?" A low voice came from the mountain spirit's mouth. Then, it kicked the battle beasts one by one and sent them flying. More than half of the battle beasts that were sent flying were killed. Man Sha roared and rushed up as well. He used his fists to resist the mountain spirit's attack. Boom! 2 fists of different sizes collided, causing a thunderous roar. Under the powerful force, Man Sha was directly blasted away. However, he was only sent flying. Man Sha blocked the attack. However, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Just from this point alone, his defense was much stronger than Wu Xie's. Ha! Man Sha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed up again. As he rushed forward, Man Sha's body began to change. He was originally of normal size, but when he reached the mountain spirit, he became a giant. His body was black iron, and an oppressive aura emerged from his body. Then, the 2 giants began to wrestle. Boom! Boom! Bursts of sounds kept coming out, like the rumbling of thunder and lightning. As expected of a mutated black iron stone. Its combat power is really strong. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Looking at the battle in front of him, Huanlong's eyes flashed with a strange light. Zi Chen was already holding a long saber in his hand, but he didn't attack. He was looking for a chance to kill with one strike. As for Wu Xie, it seemed that he hadn't recovered from the previous state and didn't immediately attack. Peng! The giant Man Sha was defeated by the mountain spirit, and the whole ground shook. A battle beast appeared above the black-robed man's head. It was a big golden bird. When Man Sha fell, the bird screeched and spat out a golden lightning bolt. The lightning bolt hit the mountain spirit's head, leaving a deep hole in its head. The mountain spirit was enraged. After it broke free from the green light, it shot out another light from its heart. This light hit the golden bird, and the bird's body exploded, just like Wu Xie. However, it didn't have an immortal body and died with one strike. This was a mutated beast that specialized in soul attacks. However, it died just like that. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with pain. Die. Wu Xie finally woke up. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows opened, and a materialized light shot out. This light was like the light of death, and it completely enveloped the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit began to roar, and its roar was filled with pain. Die. Wu Xie laughed sinisterly, and there was blood in his vertical pupil. Peng. The mountain spirit's body began to glow, and a strong and violent aura was released. The light shot out from Wu Xie's eyes was instantly broken and then shattered. Wu Xie's vertical pupil closed, and red blood flowed out from the cut. At the same time, his spirit became weak. The attack just now had consumed a lot of his energy. At the same time, Shang Guanhong's green light collapsed. This time, her spirit was also affected, and she was sent flying. At the same time, she coughed up blood in mid-air. The giant man Shi was also sent flying back dozens of meters. The black-robed man summoned another round of battle beasts, and several of them were killed. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but the mountain spirit was too strong. At this moment, the mountain spirit was almost invincible. Ha ha! After defeating everyone, the mountain spirit laughed proudly. However, at this moment, Zi Chen, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. The thunder wings on his back began to flap rapidly, and he disappeared as if he had teleported. In the next moment, he appeared behind the mountain spirit. At this moment, the mountain spirit was still laughing, so it let down its guard. Zi Chen raised his long sword. The mountain spirit's laughter stopped abruptly, because it felt a dangerous aura. Its huge body turned around instantly, and it was very agile. Then, in its lifeless eyes, it saw a human with wings. The human's wings were very unique. It had 6 wings, and lightning flashed on them. At the same time, in the mountain spirit's eyes, there was a torrential power that appeared from the thunder wings. Then, it flowed along the human's body and surged into the human's weapon. This is the heavenly thunder wings. The mountain spirit reacted quickly and exclaimed. He recognized Zi Chen's heavenly thunder wings at a glance. However, at this moment, a lot of power had gathered on Zi Chen's long sword, and the light on his long sword was constantly changing. Every ray of light represented a rule. At this moment, these rules were changing rapidly, just like when Zi Chen was going through the thunder trial. These rules were changing towards the final destruction rules. The speed at which the rules changed was very fast, and each one was gone in a flash. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Zi Chen's long saber was emitting a rainbow-like light, but they did not perceive that there were many rules changing on it. Finally, the rules stopped changing, and Zi Chen's long sword was flowing with pure destruction rules. The moment the mountain spirit felt the destruction rules, his lifeless eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something extremely shocking. He looked at Zi Chen, and he was very shocked. However, he did not succeed in saying what he wanted to say, because Zi Chen had already slashed down with his sword. This slash was naturally one that he could not be more familiar with. Together with the destruction rules, it formed a mysterious power. Under this power, the mountain spirit felt that his movements were greatly hindered, as if he had fallen into a swamp. He realized that he could not avoid this slash. However, he quickly had a second thought. Why should I block this slash? He's just a mere corporeal realm human, even if this human is a little bit extraordinary. The long sword slashed down, but it was as if it had cut metal. An extremely ear-piercing sound rang out in the entire space. At the same time, dazzling sparks exploded in the direction Zi Chen's long sword was slashing. The mountain spirit was a little proud, but it was soon unable to be proud, because the human's slash had broken through its defense. Not only did it break through its defense, but the long sword also kept moving forward. Zi Chen felt as if he was using a sword to cut a piece of divine metal. Although he could cut it, it was very strenuous. Moreover, he could not stop, because once he stopped, he would have to recharge. Therefore, in the corporeal realm behind Zi Chen, an endless stream of power gathered towards the long sword in Zi Chen's hand. At the same time, The blade golden-eyed beast inside was also providing power. The long sword moved forward with great difficulty. During this time, endless sparks burst out, reflecting Zichen's ferocious and crazy expression. Finally, the long sword reached the end. Zichen felt his body relax, but because he could not retract his power, his body leaned forward and rushed out. Chapter 1281. Bang! The mountain spirit's huge head slammed heavily on the ground, causing the entire area to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Zichen landed on the ground one step later. With a light tap of his foot, he nimbly dashed into the distance. Wu Xie and the others were dumbfounded as they stared at the headless body in front of them. They were so shocked that they were almost petrified. They couldn't calm down for a long time. The mountain spirit was almost invincible, and they couldn't do anything about it. However, in front of Zichen, it was just a matter of one slash. He's really strong. Huanlong's eyes flashed, and his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. He felt that he had made the right choice by looking for Zichen. However, at the same time, he was also a little afraid of Zichen. Along the way, Zichen didn't make many moves. However, everyone thought that they understood Zichen's combat strength. They thought that Zichen wouldn't have any problems fighting against ordinary cultivators. However, if he were to fight against some special existences, he wouldn't be able to defeat them because of his realm. However, Zichen proved his strength with facts. After this slash, everyone felt that they couldn't see through Zichen. They felt that he was even more mysterious. The mountain spirit's head was still glowing. That was the law of destruction destroying the life in the head and the soul in the head. Bang! In the deep pit on the ground, the mountain spirit's head was completely destroyed by the law of destruction. After losing all of its spiritual energy, it exploded and turned into stone fragments. The shocked people were completely awakened by this loud explosion. Mansha was the first to react. He looked at the shattered head on the ground, and his expression changed. Then, he thought of something and shouted, "Not good. Retreat. Retreat immediately." While speaking, Mansha was the first to run. The others didn't know what was going on, but they could only follow. Rays of light flashed, and everyone quickly retreated. "He's already dead. Why are you running?" Wu Xie asked. "He's not dead." Mansha, who had transformed into a giant, was very fast. He was the first to run, so he was the first to run. He looked behind him and said, "Mountain spirits are of the same level as mountain souls, but they are stronger. The fatal part of this kind of existence is not the head, but the heart." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. After retreating 1,000 meters, they looked at the headless body from afar with fear on their faces. After missing a sure kill strike, it would be very difficult to find another opportunity to kill the other party. "Haha, what a knowledgeable little fellow." Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the headless body. The mountain spirit's chest began to glow. This glow was like a life force that went through the chest and gathered at the neck. Soon, another head grew out of the mountain spirit's body. Everyone's expression changed. Zichen stared at Shanling. Blood was dripping from his hand that was holding onto the long sword. This was the result of the impact. The mountain spirit, who had regrown its head, emitted an aura that was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Moreover, its realm was second only to the domain realm, so it was worthy of being called invincible. Even Zichen did not dare to say that he could kill it. Shanling's laughter was very smug and carefree. Everyone's mood sank to the bottom. Huanlong's expression was extremely gloomy. "You're all very good. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, you haven't grown up yet. Today, you'll all die here," Shanling said coldly. "Die? Don't boast shamelessly." Wu Xie did not dare to step forward, but he did not want to lose out in words. "Well, you think you won't die just because you have an undying body?" Shanling mocked. "What do you mean?" Wu Xie felt that something was wrong. Throughout history, there have been many immortal bodies, but not all of them were able to grow. Shanling had clearly said something very important. Everyone's expression changed, and Wu Xie's expression was extremely ugly. Obviously, Shanling was saying that even an undying body could die. Zi Chen had no doubts about this, so he was still calm at this moment. Undying body, beast tamer, strange living creature, and a natural spiritual body. Although your team is small in number, its combat power is not weak. Shan Ling suddenly sighed. Man Shi and Shangguan Hong's expressions changed. It was obvious that the strange living creature and the natural spiritual body were talking about them. Shan Ling looked at Zi Chen and exclaimed in surprise. Then, 2 rays of strange light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, Zi Chen felt as if he had been completely seen through. As for you, your aptitude is average, but it's really extraordinary that you can achieve what you have today. Zi Chen's expression changed immediately. In the past, his aptitude was naturally average, but that was more than 1,000 years ago. Ever since he obtained the Thunder Essence, his aptitude had been changing. From an acquired realm warrior to an innate realm warrior, coupled with the changes in the Heavenly Book, Zi Chen's aptitude had long surpassed many strange existences in the world. Even Man Shi and the others did not dare to say that their aptitude was superior in front of Zi Chen. However, Shan Ling's gaze had undoubtedly seen Zi Chen's essence, even if it had disappeared long ago. Zi Chen's expression changed, but it did not mean anything. He was already extraordinary. Shan Ling said that because he could not completely see through Zi Chen. After the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book were gathered, no one could completely see through Zi Chen. Especially after the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book that represented essence, qi, and spirit had completely transformed into Zi Chen's world. No one in the world could see through Zi Chen. Everyone's expressions changed. Although Huan Long was not mentioned, his expression was also unnatural. Shan Ling looked at everyone with a mocking expression. Zi Chen threw away all distracting thoughts, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, get ready. We'll work together to kill the enemy." Kill the enemy? How? He's almost invincible. Wu Xie immediately shouted. No one in the world is invincible, Zi Chen said coldly. On this point, Zi Chen had the most right to speak. Throughout his journey, he had been crowned with the title of invincible. However, he knew that he was not invincible. Moreover, in many battles, he could have died. How do we kill him? Man Shi, who had successfully shrunk, looked at Zi Chen. The others also focused their attention on Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen undoubtedly took over the command. He looked at Shan Ling in front of him and said, "Man Shi, attack first. Be careful. Summoners, help from the side. Find some battle beasts that can withstand a beating and some that are flexible in long-range attacks. Shangguan Hong will be in charge of restraining them. Wu Xie, I don't know your ability, but I hope you can help Man Shi at the crucial moment." Zi Chen commanded. "What do you mean?" Wu Xie asked. "At the crucial moment, you will go up and fight Shan Ling," Wu Xie shouted. "You're crazy. You just heard that the immortal body will die. I naturally believe that the immortal body will die, but I don't believe that he can kill it." Zi Chen looked at Wu Xie and said meaningfully, "At this moment, don't hide your strength." Wu Xie's expression changed, but he did not speak again. Zi Chen said again, "As for me, I will attack when the time is right. Remember, don't hide your strength anymore." Shan Ling's aura was very tyrannical. It was even stronger than before, so it was full of confidence. That was why it could look at that guy who it could not see through and decide on a battle strategy. But it was useless. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Zi Chen and the others discussed and directly excluded Huan Long. The latter had no intention of participating and had already retreated far away. "How is it? Are you all done discussing?" Shan Ling asked. Because it was rare for them to encounter such a life-and-death battle, their expressions were very unnatural. Facing Shan Ling's confident and mocking question, they seemed to lack confidence. Zi Chen looked up at Shan Ling and said calmly, "I'm ready." Shan Ling smiled and said, "Then let's begin." Zi Chen said indifferently, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to charge forward with his saber. To Zi Chen, this was not a wise decision, but to the others, this was a different matter. Zi Chen charged forward. When Man Shi saw this, he roared angrily. His body grew bigger again, and he charged forward as well. Buzz! Shang Guanhong's body emitted green light. The green light was like tree seeds. As she pointed her finger, they sank into the ground under Shanling's feet. Then, the ground shook, and thick vines appeared. These vines were very tough, mainly based on the 5 elements. After they appeared, they wrapped around Shanling's body. Wu Xie had no choice but to attack. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened, and a ray of deathlight shot out. This ray of light was extremely terrifying. Everyone attacked one after another. Even the beast tamers released several powerful battle beasts. Some chose to fight in close range, while others chose to attack from afar. Shan Ling looked at Zi Chen, who was charging forward, and sneered as he attacked. In his opinion, this attack could easily kill his opponent. This attack was indeed powerful, but Zi Chen did not intend to use this attack to test his defense. The thunder wings on his back flapped at a high frequency. With a step, his body disappeared without a trace like a phantom. Zi Chen dodged this attack. Man Shi and the others followed. The battle was about to start. Boom! Surging energy began to swirl, and all kinds of attacks appeared in this area. Everyone began to besiege Shan Ling, but they could not inflict any serious injuries on him. Peng! Shan Ling broke free from Shang Guanhong's attack and kicked Man Shi away. Then, he killed 2 battle beasts. At the same time, he stepped forward to kill the fallen Man Shi. Zi Chen looked coldly at Wu Xie. The latter gritted his teeth and charged forward. He reached above Man Shi and held up a large ray of light with both hands, blocking Shan Ling's fierce stomp. Crack! His arms suddenly bent, and the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. A ray of light flashed from below. Zi Chen pulled Man Shi away. Boom! Wu Xie's body was stomped into the ground. As for whether he was alive or dead, no one knew. After saving Man Shi, Zi Chen charged forward again with his sword.